Some stories leave behind more questions than answers. Etched into stone, carved into clay, buried deep beneath layers of earth, or lost in the static of forgotten radio signals. These are not legends passed down by word of mouth or myths dreamt up to explain the stars. These are real mysteries documented, photographed, studied, and yet they still refuse to yield their secrets. Massive stone spheres with no known purpose. Ancient maps showing lands that shouldn't exist. Entire civilizations that vanished without a trace, and cryptic writings no one has ever managed to decode. From the depths of the jungle to the ocean floor, from the icy edges of Antarctica to the glowing skies of Norway, strange phenomena continue to challenge everything we thought we knew about history, science, and reality itself. So tonight, let's step quietly into the places where logic begins to falter. Get comfortable, dim the lights, and settle in. We're about to uncover stories that defy explanation and perhaps even understanding. Deep beneath the surface of a peak bog in the Ural Mountains, preserved by layers of time and waterlogged earth, lay something no one expected. In the year 1890, workers cutting through the layers of the Shagger peat bog unearthed a large carved piece of larch wood. What they had discovered would soon become one of the most baffling and ancient artifacts ever found. The object was massive. Its full form, once assembled, stretched over 17 feet tall. Its surface was covered with intricate carvings, zigzag patterns, geometric shapes, human-like faces stacked one above the other. What they had uncovered would later be known as the Shigar idol. For years, it sat in obscurity. Originally displayed in a modest museum in Yekaterinburg, the idol attracted curiosity, but not the reverence it would eventually command. Early theories guessed it might be around 2,000 years old, perhaps a relic from an ancient Eurasian culture. But even that estimate felt bold given its wooden nature. Wood rarely survives the ages. It decays. It vanishes. It leaves only traces, never whole forms. Then came a shift, one that would rattle everything. As scientific dating methods advanced, the Shigar idol was subjected to radiocarbon testing. The results were shocking. The wood dated to approximately 11,600 years ago. Later refinements pushed the date back even further to nearly 12,500 years. That made the idol more than twice as old as the Great Pyramids of Giza, older than Stonehenge, older than agriculture in much of the world. The Shigar idol wasn't just ancient, it was prehistoric. The sheer age of the artifact raises a deeper mystery. Cultures of that time, Mesolithic hunter-gatherers, are not typically known for large-scale art. They left behind tools, hearths, arrowheads, not 17-feet totems carved with complex patterns. The Shigar idol challenged that assumption, revealing that even before the rise of cities or written language, people had begun carving their beliefs and their fears into the world around them. But what exactly those carvings mean remains unsolved. Looking closely at the idol, one finds a series of repeating symbols. Chevrons, meanders, parallel lines, and along the vertical span of the wood, human-like faces appear. Some are haunting with eyes that gaze outward, mouths that are small or absent entirely. These faces are arranged one above another, as if layered across time or reality. Scholars have speculated about their meaning. Are they spirits, ancestors, deities, perhaps representations of the underworld, middle world, and sky? Or do they depict a mythic cycle lost entirely to us now? One interpretation suggests that the idol was a kind of cosmological map, an abstract representation of the world as seen by those who carved it. The zigzags may have symbolized water or barriers. The faces may have been protective spirits or warnings. Others have proposed that the idol was a storytelling device, a mnemonic monument used to pass down oral traditions before the existence of writing. Despite all this theorizing, no one can say for certain what the idol meant to its creators. There is no accompanying text, no legend etched in stone beside it. The people who made it are long gone. Their tools were flint and stone, their shelters likely temporary, but they had the patience and vision to sculpt a monument from a large tree nearly 150 years old, then cover it meticulously with carvings. From top to bottom, it's possible they believed the tree held power, that its age, its size, and its presence made it suitable for sacred purposes. In many ancient cultures, trees were not simply resources. They were living beings, bridges between worlds. The creators of the Shigir idol may have chosen their medium not for practicality, but for spiritual significance. What's even more perplexing is how such a wooden object could have survived for over 12 millennia. The answer lies in the nature of peat bogs. These environments are oxygen-poor, acidic, and cold, perfect for preservation, terrible for decay. The waterlogged peat slows bacterial activity and acts as a natural vault, freezing objects in time, but such preservation is rare. For every Shagir idol we find, how many were lost to rot, fire, or erosion? The idol may not have been unique, just the one that survived. Adding another layer of mystery is the apparent sophistication of the carvings. They weren't done hastily. The markings suggest deliberate planning and symbolic intention. Whoever carved them did so with consistent pressure, with attention to spacing and pattern. It wasn't random. It wasn't primitive in the dismissive sense. These carvings show a mind capable of abstraction, repetition, and ritual. This realization has forced archaeologists and anthropologists to reassess long-held views about early humans in Eurasia. The people who carved the Shagir idol were not simply surviving. They were thinking, imagining, creating. They may have believed in spirits or realms we cannot fathom. They may have held oral traditions so rich and layered that they required a monument this size to hold their weight. For decades, Russian scholars debated how best to interpret the idol. Soviet-era archaeologists often dismissed mystical or religious explanations, preferring theories rooted in pragmatism or class structure. But as global perspectives joined, the study, more symbolic and spiritual interpretations re-emerged. The carvings began to be seen as art, as thought made physical. And perhaps most strikingly, the idol started to feel less like an object and more like a voice, a whisper from people whose names we'll never know. In recent years, the idol has been examined with new technologies. Three-dimensional scans, microscopic analysis of tool marks, and digital reconstructions have revealed more details than ever before. These investigations showed that the carvings were made with stone tools, likely sharpened flint. They were etched in deliberate stages with repeated passes over the same grooves. This wasn't a quick task. It may have taken weeks, even months, to complete. Researchers also discovered that the idol originally stood upright. Its base was shaped to anchor it into the ground, possibly in a ritual site or sacred forest. Erected, it would have towered over any human nearby, looming and unmoving. One can imagine it standing among trees, its wooden face staring out through falling snow, its markings catching the slanting light of a pale sun. It may have witnessed seasons pass. It may have been worshipped or feared. And yet, for all our study, the core mystery remains untouched. What does it say? What was its purpose? Was it meant to protect or to warn? Was it sacred to one clan or shared among many? Some believe the idol was a tertiary marker, perhaps used during burial rites. Others think it represented mythological creatures or spirits. A few suggest that the idol marked a place where earth and spirit met, a boundary stone between worlds that no theory fully explains its complexity. No interpretation feels complete. It remains, as it has for millennia, a puzzle. The idol now resides in the Sverdlovsk Regional Museum of Local Law, carefully preserved and displayed behind glass. It stands as a reminder of how much has been lost to time. Tourists pass by it every year, gazing up at its carved face, reading plaques that offer guesses, but no certainties. They see something old, something unfamiliar, something that doesn't quite fit into the timeline we've constructed. And perhaps that is what makes the Chagall idol so haunting. It doesn't answer any questions. It creates new ones. Its markings do not decode neatly. Its presence feels unearned, as though it arrived too early. It belongs to a version of human history we are only just beginning to consider. One where prehistoric people held beliefs and created symbols that rival anything found in later civilizations. The Chagall idol tells us without speaking that the ancient world was more complex than we imagined. It invites us to stop assuming simplicity where we find age, and it leaves us with an image both unsettling and/or inspiring. A towering wooden figure carved long before the first bricks of Babylon were laid, standing watch over a frozen land, waiting for a future that might one day understand its message. But time has done its work. The message, if there was one, is now fragmented, held in patterns whose meaning is lost, in faces whose eyes saw a world we can't reach. All that remains is the form, the weight, and the lingering question. What were they trying to tell us? On a quiet spring day in 1924, just outside the small French village of Glazelle, a teenage farm boy named Emil Frada was helping his grandfather plow a field. The plow hit something hard, something that refused to yield to the earth. Curious, they dug with hands and shovels until they uncovered a layer of bricks. Beneath those bricks lay a small chamber, its walls packed with artifacts unlike anything they had ever seen before. Clay tablets marked with unfamiliar writing, bone tools, stone carvings, and glass beads filled the earth beneath their feet. What they had found would soon become one of the most controversial archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. The site was unlike any other known to French archaeologists at the time. The tablets bore inscriptions no one could read. The bones appeared human, but there were animal remains too. Pottery shards, engraved stones, even what looked like ceremonial objects were scattered through the soil. Within weeks, scholars from nearby towns made their way to the Freien farm to see the objects for themselves. But what began as a local curiosity quickly evolved into an academic storm. From the very beginning, the colossal discoveries were met with both fascination and suspicion. There was no clear layer of historical context. The artifacts seemed to span multiple time periods. Some looked Paleolithic, others more recent. The inscriptions on the tablets were especially troubling. They didn't resemble known Celtic, Romang, or early Christian scripts. They appeared to belong to a completely unknown language, or perhaps something more symbolic than linguistic. Dozens of tablets were pulled from the soil, each etched with strange markings, curved lines, intersecting bars, and repeating symbols that bore little resemblance to Latin or Greek. Some showed what looked like humanoid figures. Others displayed animals or geometric forms. A few appeared to depict scenes uncertain in meaning, but rich in detail. What did they represent? And who had placed them here, buried beneath a farmer's field? At the center of this swirling debate stood Emil Frada himself. Just 17 years old at the time, Emil had no training in archaeology, no background in ancient history. Yet, he was now the custodian of a discovery that threatened to rewrite sections of European history. As experts flocked to Glazelle to examine the findings, Emil cooperated, documenting each object, building a small museum beside the field, and keeping meticulous records. But the more he uncovered, the louder the voices of doubt became. Some archaeologists hailed the find as a revelation, a window into an unknown European culture. perhaps even predating written history. Others dismissed it outright as a hoax, accusing Emil of planting fakes in the ground to draw attention or profit. The French archaeological establishment became divided. Respected figures clashed publicly. Arguments broke out not only about the authenticity of the tablets, but about the nature of archaeology itself. Could an untrained farmer be trusted with something so significant? Was it possible that these objects were genuine and simply didn't fit existing models of history? In 1927, the debate reached a boiling point. A French museum curator named Salomon Rehak visited Glozell and publicly supported the discovery. He believed the artifacts were authentic and suggested they dated back to the Neolithic era. His support gave the site credibility, but also intensified scrutiny. Shortly thereafter, another prominent figure, Henry Habert of the National Museum of Antiquities, declared the artifacts to be modern forgeries. The divide became deeper. Accusations of fraud, scientific bias, and personal vendettas filled the air. Emil was accused of forging the tablets himself. Authorities raided his home and confiscated hundreds of artifacts. He was arrested and charged with fraud, but no clear evidence of fabrication was ever found. The tools he had were rudimentary, his means limited. If he had forged the tablets, he had done so with extraordinary precision and foresight, creating not only the inscriptions, but also age materials and burial sites to full experts. The court eventually dropped the charges. Emil was released, but the cloud of doubt never fully lifted. His life would remain intertwined with the mystery of Glozell until his death in 2010 at the age of 103. To his final days, he maintained his innocence, insisting he had simply stumbled upon the site and had done nothing more than share what he had found. Over the decades, many attempts were made to date the artifacts. Radiocarbon testing of the bones and wooden items yielded dates ranging from 500 years ago to over 5,000 years. Thermoluminescence dating of the clay tablets suggested they were indeed ancient, not modern replicas. But the inconsistency of the results kept fueling uncertainty. Some researchers argued that the wide date range simply meant the site had been used for thousands of years by multiple groups. Others saw it as proof of contamination or manipulation. The writing on the tablets remains one of the most puzzling aspects. Despite numerous attempts, no one has managed to decode the script. Some symbols appear repeatedly suggesting structure or grammar, but without a Rosetta Stone, some key to translate, progress has been slow. A few have drawn parallels to Iberian scripts or even early Semitic forms, but no connection has been confirmed. The writing doesn't match any known linguistic family. If genuine, the tablets represent a completely undocumented culture in central France, one that possessed symbolic or written language, ceremonial artifacts, and the means to preserve their there. Beliefs in physical form it would mean that the history of literacy in Europe is deeper and more complex than previously believed, and it would raise unsettling questions. Why was this culture lost? What happened to its people? And why do we find no other traces of it elsewhere? Other theories have emerged over time. Some suggest that the site might have been a sacred deposit area used for offerings or burials over many generations. Others propose that it was a sanctuary of sorts, a place where oral history and ritual were recorded through objects rather than stories. A few even believe that the tablets are examples of protoporting, not language in the strict sense, but symbolic representation used to capture meaning, memory, or identity. Skeptics continue to point to irregularities. The stylistic mix of artifacts is unusual. The range of items, from pottery and carved bones to the inscribed tablets, does not match the archaeological record of other nearby regions. And while scientific tests have largely pointed toward authenticity, the initial controversy and lack of provenance still leave many to question the entire site. Today, the Glossal Museum still exists, housed in a modest building near the original site. It contains hundreds of artifacts collected by Emil and his family. The tablets, stones, bones, and beads remain on display, watched over by curious visitors, and the occasional researcher hoping to uncover something others missed. The debate over Glazell has mellowed with time, but it has not disappeared. The tablets remain undeciphered. The origins of the artifacts are still uncertain, and the site continues to sit uneasily in the historical record, neither fully accepted nor conclusively dismissed. It floats in a space between truth and doubt, inviting questions from every direction. What continues to draw people to the Glow mystery is not simply the artifacts themselves, but what they represent. If they are authentic, they challenge the idea that Europe's ancient past is well understood. They suggest a forgotten chapter, a set of beliefs and practices that left no other trace. And if they are not authentic, they reveal something else entirely. A story of human ambition, imagination, and the desire to make meaning where none has yet been found. As night falls over the fields of Glazell, the earth that once held these strange tablets remains quiet. Generations of crops have come and gone. Tourists wander through the museum, lingering in front of the glass cases, staring at the markings, tilting their heads, searching for meaning that the answers do not come. The tablets hold their silence. Or perhaps they speak, but not in ways we can hear. No matter the truth, one fact remains. An untrained teenager and his grandfather unearthed something that still confounds experts a full century later. Whether they found a lost civilization, a sacred archive, or simply a well-crafted hoax, the impact is undeniable. Glazell changed the way we think about discovery. It reminds us that sometimes the past is not a place of clarity, but of riddles. Carved into clay, buried in soil, waiting for someone to listen. In the desolate landscape of northern Afghanistan, near the town of Balkh, a solitary structure rises from the dust, weathered, quiet, an oddly resilient dot built from blackened stone that seems to absorb the sun's heat and the chill of desert nights. Alike it has stood for centuries, largely ignored by tourists, overlooked by textbooks, and dismissed by official histories. To the locals, it is called the Black Mausoleum. But who built it, when it was built, and for what purpose? It's all unclear. The deeper one looks into its past, the more its story dissolves into fragments and contradictions. Balkh itself is one of the oldest inhabited cities in the world. Known in ancient times as Bactra, it was once the capital of the Bactrian Empire, a crossroads of empires and ideas. The city flourished under Achaemenid, Greek, Kushan, and Islamic rule. At its height, it was a center of learning, trade, and spirituality. Zoroastrians, Buddhists, and later Islamic scholars all left their mark on the soil. But among its many ruins and remnants, the Black Mausoleum feels different. It doesn't quite fit with the surrounding architectural styles that it lacks inscriptions. It bears no emblem of faith, and its stark appearance seems oddly deliberate. An architectural whisper, but one few have ever clearly heard. The structure itself is modest in scale, but striking, roughly octagonal. It features a domed roof with no visible ornamentation, no minarets, no engraved names. The stone, dark and weathered to near black, seems untouched by the embellishments typical of Islamic literary buildings from the region. There are no ceramic tiles, no decorative calligraphy, just stone upon stone fitted tightly, forming a structure that has somehow survived war, neglect, and time. Some believe it is a tomb built to house the remains of a forgotten ruler or saint. Others insist it was never meant for burial at all. Archaeologists who have studied the site find themselves divided. There is no confirmed occupant beneath its floor. No grave goods have ever been recovered. Excavations limited and often disrupted by regional instability have yielded only more confusion. The foundation appears ancient, possibly predating the Islamic era, but the dome itself suggests a later addition. Some layers of stone bear traces of early Seljuk or Timurid construction methods, while others resemble older pre-Islamic techniques. One theory suggests the building was constructed during the time of the Salmanid dynasty around the 9th or 10th century, when Persian architecture was beginning to shift into what we now recognize as the early Islamic style. During this period, mausoleums began to appear across Central Asia, built to honor religious leaders or local nobility. Yet, most of those structures were richly decorated. They carried inscriptions, Quranic verses, or stylized motifs. The Black Mausoleum has none of these. Its emptiness is not just literal. It is architectural. There is an absence of context. Most murals exist within a complex or a cemetery surrounded by graves, gardens, or courtyards. This one stands alone, as if abandoned by time rather than preserved by it. A second theory suggests the mausoleum was not built as a religious site at all, but rather as a Zoroastrian fire temple, later repurposed, before Islam spread through the region. Zoroastrianism was dominant across the Iranian plateau, and fire temples dotted the landscape. Some of these structures were eventually converted into mosques or tombs. It's possible that the Black Mausoleum began as something entirely different. An altar for eternal flame, a space for ritual, a monument to cosmic order. But without inscriptions or surviving objects, this remains pure speculation. What adds to the mystery is the local folklore surrounding the building. Among villages, the mausoleum is sometimes referred to in hushed tones as a cursed place, a location where animals avoid resting, where tools break more easily, or footsteps echo longer than they should. These stories, though anecdotal, have persisted for generations. Some elders claim the site has been the focus of strange weather patterns. Lightning that strikes nearby rocks, but never the dome itself. Sudden gusts of wind that die out the moment one steps through its threshold. Others speak of dreams vivid and persistent after sleeping too close to its walls, of visions that come unbidden, of hearing one's own name whispered in the quiet hours just before dawn. Whether these are merely tales told by candlelight or the byproduct of centuries-old superstition, they have contributed to the mausoleum's isolation. Few approach it after dark. Fewer still linger long inside. Architectural historians have noted the structure's curious alignment. It does not face Mecca as most Islamic religious structures do not, nor does it match the cardinal points typically used in ancient Zoroastrian buildings. It appears slightly off-kilter, just enough to raise questions. Was this intentional, a mistake, or a sign of some now forgotten cosmological system? Inside the mausoleum is unadorned, a single dome chamber, stone walls smooth and cold, and floor made of compacted earth and fitted stone. There is no map, no alcove for prayer, no tombstone, no altar, no markings of any kind. The acoustics are unusual. Sound does not carry well. A spoken word falls flat within feet. Even the shuffle of footsteps seems dampened, as if the building itself resists intrusion. Some have speculated that the mausoleum was never meant to be a place of gathering. Perhaps it was a vault for knowledge, a shelter for something sacred or secret. There are legends of hidden texts buried beneath ancient buildings, protected from iconoclasts, litters, and time itself. Could something lie beneath its foundation? Attempts to excavate have been hampered by instability, both structural and political. Afghanistan's decades of conflict have made deep investigation all but impossible. What remains is surface-level speculation. In the late 20th century, a small team of Soviet archaeologists visited the site during a wider survey of Central Asian antiquities. Their notes, later declassified, described the mausoleum as culturally anomalous. They noted the inconsistency between its architectural simplicity and the technological care with which it was constructed. The dome, they observed, was remarkably stable given its age and location. No visible mortar, no evidence of restoration, as if it had simply been built to endure. The Soviets attempted to carbonate organic material found near the base. Charcoal fragments, possibly from ancient cooking, fires, or ceremonial use. The results were inconclusive. Some samples dated to the 10th century, others to as early as the 5th. The researchers left with more questions than answers. Their report ended with a phrase that would echo among future researchers. The Black Mausoleum may be less a monument to death and more a testament to something we do not yet understand. What makes this mystery especially haunting is how forgotten it remains. Unlike Egypt's pyramids or Mesopotamia's ziggurats, the Black Mausoleum has not become a symbol. It hasn't been packaged for tourism or studied by generations of academics. It sits quietly in a landscape filled with the remnants of forgotten empires. Nearby ruins speak of kings, saints, conquerors, but the Black Mausoleum remains unclaimed. Perhaps this is part of its draw. In a world where so much has been cataloged and classified, there is something disarming about a structure that defies placement. Something unsettling about a building that has no clear name, no known builder, no confirmed purpose. Just stone, just age, just presence. Some believe the answer lies beneath it. That excavation might one day reveal an inscription, an object, a fragment of writing to clarify its origin. Others argue that its meaning may never be recovered, that it belongs to a chapter of human history so distant, so thoroughly erased that no evidence remains. And then there are those who insist the mausoleum's purpose was never meant to be understood by those outside its makers, that it served a function so deeply spiritual, so personal that to grasp it now would require a leap beyond language or logic. No matter the interpretation, one fact remains. The Black Mausoleum endures through empire and invasion, through rain and drought, through silence and speculation. It stands. Each stone pressed into the next without mortar. Each angle is slightly irregular, each echo faint and brief. Travelers who make the journey often report the same feeling. Not fear exactly, not reverence either, but something in between. A quiet awareness that they are standing before something old, something that does not answer questions. They step through the doorway, feeling the coolness of the air shift, hear the hush of the dome above, and sense a presence not easily named. Whatever it was, whatever it is, the Black Mausoleum continues to watch the sands drift past its base, continues to endure wind and sun, and continues to wait. For what? No one can say. Beneath the steel and glass skyline of modern-day Miami, nestled at the edge of the downtown waterfront, lies a discovery that continues to confound experts. It is not marked by towering ruins or grand monuments. There are no statues, no temples, no elaborate stonework, just a circle carved into limestone bedrock. A perfect, unbroken ring dotted with dozens of holes, symmetrical in spacing and precise in form. A circle that should not be there. It was unearthed not by archaeologists or historians, but by a developer. In the year 1998, as construction crews prepared to land for a new luxury condominium, their equipment struck something unexpected. Just feet below the surface. As the soil was pulled away, a pattern emerged. Holes in the limestone bedrock arranged. Too perfectly to be random, too orderly to be natural. The crew paused. Investigators arrived, and soon what was intended to be yet another piece of urban development became one of the most perplexing archaeological discoveries in North America. The site measured 38 feet in diameter. The circle was composed of 24 primary holes, each about 2 feet wide and 2 feet deep with smaller secondary pits scattered among them. All had been carefully carved directly into the limestone caprock, a layer of sedimentary bedrock that lies just beneath the surface across much of South Florida. It wasn't loose soil. This was a dense ancient stone. Carving into it would have taken serious effort, especially without metal tools. The Miami Circle quickly attracted attention from archaeologists, historians, and indigenous scholars. The site, sat at the mouth of the Miami River, long believed to have been a place of significance for native peoples. Early theories suggested it could have been the work of the Tequesta, a pre-Columbian culture that lived in the region for thousands of years. But no other site like this had ever been found. No other circle, no other pattern quite like it. One of the first questions raised was whether the formation was natural. Some geologists considered the possibility that it was a strained result of erosion or tree root decay. But this theory faded quickly. The holes were too consistent, too deliberate. Each had a flat bottom and vertical walls, features not found in naturally occurring limestone cavities. The shape, the layout, the exactitude, it all pointed to human hands. Then came the matter of age. Artifacts found within and around the holes included stone tools, shell implements, and animal bones. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal samples placed the site at approximately 2,000 years old. Some materials possibly disturbed during earlier building phases appeared to be even older, perhaps as old as 2,500 years. This suggested a culture existed in the area long before European contact. And they had not only lived there, they had carved deeply into the bedrock with care and intention. What then was the circle for? This question has haunted researchers ever since its discovery. The symmetry of the structure hints at ceremonial use. Circles often held sacred meaning for indigenous cultures, representing unity, the cosmos, the cyclical nature of life. But the Miami Circle had no above-ground structures, no mounds, no markers. It was embedded in the earth itself. Was it the foundation for a wooden structure long since vanished? Some archaeologists believe so. They propose that vertical posts were once inserted into the holes, creating a council house, temple, or ceremonial building. The wood, long rotted away, would have left no trace. Others disagree. They argue the spacing of the holes is too irregular for typical post molds. Instead, they suggest the holes themselves were the focus. Perhaps they held offerings. Perhaps they were symbolic, a ritual calendar, a map of the heavens, a representation of myth. But without written records or oral histories detailing such a structure, interpretations remain speculative. The Tequesta themselves are a mystery. They left no known writing system. Most of what we know comes from Spanish accounts in the 16th century, by which time the culture had already begun to decline. Disease, displacement, and colonization erased much of their world. The few remaining descendants left few physical traces. Their villages were built from wood and thatch, their tools from shell and bone. The harsh environment of coastal Florida as a way of consuming history, but the bedrock, unlike soil or sand, preserves what's carved into it. The Miami Circle then may be one of the only surviving expressions of this ancient people, and it is remarkably intact. Despite centuries of hurricanes, flooding, urban development, and human presence, the circle remains unbroken. Its precision has led some researchers to consider astronomical alignments. Could the holes correspond to lunar cycles, solstices, or star positions? Some believe the answer may lie in the play of sunlight and shadow during equinoxes, though conclusive evidence has yet to emerge. What complicates the mystery further is the lack of similar sites. There is nothing else quite like the Miami Circle in Florida. No other known formation with the same characteristics has been identified along the Atlantic coast. There are mound complexes to the north and west along rivers in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. But this site is unique, a single circle alone as if built for a singular purpose long since forgotten. During the early years following its discovery, the site became the subject of intense public interest. Activists and preservationists clashed with developers. Legal battles unfolded over whether the land should be protected or sold. Archaeologists argued for its significance. In 2002, the state of Florida finally purchased the site for preservation. It now sits protected along the riverbank, incorporated into a city park. Interpretive signs and stone outlines mark the circle's perimeter, offering visitors a glimpse of its layout, but viewing it from above through drone footage or diagrams offers a different perspective. The geometry becomes clearer, the intent more evident. It is not a haphazard ring. It is balanced, centered, made to endure. Despite being surrounded by modern towers, traffic, and the noise of a living city, the site feels oddly removed. Those who visit often describe a sense of quiet focus, as though the circle draws attention inward, not just physically, but emotionally, as if it still carries the weight of purpose, even if that purpose is no longer known. Alternative theories have, of course, emerged. Some fringe researchers have proposed that the Miami Circle is evidence of a forgotten seafaring culture, one that may have traveled from the Caribbean, Central America, or even further afield. They point to the site's proximity to deep water, its precision, and the absence of similar formations nearby. Some have even suggested pre-Columbian contact with other civilizations, though no artifacts from outside North America have been recovered at the site. Skeptics of these ideas caution against reaching too far. The site is unusual, they admit, but likely local, a product of the sequester or an earlier group, a sacred space whose meaning we may never fully decode. Perhaps not everything lost to time will be found again. And yet the circle remains carved into the stone long before skyscrapers filled the sky, long before highways cut across the wetlands, long before the land had a name. It has survived flood and fire, war and development. It has endured the weight of misunderstanding and the pull of imagination. Some researchers continue to study the site remotely using digital scans, photogrammetry, and simulation. By mapping the wear on the holes, they hope to reconstruct what may have once stood above them. Others look for patterns, recurring numbers, alignments, proportions. Still others focus on the tools used, hoping to learn more about the people who shaped the limestone one hole at a time. But none have yet solved the mystery. No consensus has been reached. The Miami Circle continues to resist definition. It is a circle with no name, no inscription, no voice, only form. Visitors still come, some out of curiosity, others by accident. Some pause and read the signs, others walk across it without noticing. But a few linger, tracing the outlines with their eyes or hands, wondering what once filled those spaces, wondering what stories once circled beneath the palms. And perhaps that is what makes the Miami Circle so haunting. It is both presence and absence, a monument to something we cannot see, a structure that carries no weight and yet holds the burden of time. It does not rise above the earth. It is the earth, and whatever it was meant to be, it has endured, etched not into memory, but into stone dot in the southwestern corner of what is now Iran, along the ancient trade routes of the Fertile Crescent. A civilization once thrived, older than many of the names that fill our textbooks, and mysterious in ways that still puzzle modern scholars. It was called Elam, a kingdom that rose and fell quietly while its neighbors, Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, etched their histories into clay and conquest. Elam's stories were different, less boastful, less known. But among the many legacies left behind by this early civilization None is more confounding than a set of clay tablets marked by symbols no one has been able to read. The script is called Proto-Elamite. It is one of the oldest known writing systems in the world, dating back to between 3100 and 2900 BCE. That places it just after the invention of writing in Mesopotamia, close in time to the first ununiform scripts developed by the Sumerians. And yet, while ununiform has largely been translated, studied, and categorized, Proto-Elamite remains beyond understanding. Hundreds of clay tablets bearing these strange marks have been uncovered mostly from a single archaeological site, Susa, once a bustling city at the heart of the Elamite world. The tablets vary in shape and size, but most are palm-sized or slightly larger. Hardened with age, their surface is pressed with wedge-like impressions. The symbols are unlike those found in other writing systems. Some resemble abstract animals, others are geometric. A few repeat consistently, suggesting structure, even grammar. But no one has managed to extract meaning from them. Not fully, not yet. What makes this script so difficult to crack is that it appears to be isolated. Unlike Sumerian or Akkadian texts, which share elements and influences and were written in languages that eventually evolved into others, Proto-Elamite seems to begin and end with itself. It has no known descendants, no confirmed connections. It stands as a linguistic island drifting without a bridge to anything familiar. The tablets that bear the script are mostly administrative, or at least that is what experts believe. May seem to record numbers, quantities of livestock, stores of grain, workers, or tools. Symbols representing people, animals, or commodities are often accompanied by repeated numerical notations. Some scholars argue that the tablets were used by bureaucrats or scribes managing economic transactions, inventory, or taxation, but without a clear phonetic system or a translation key. Even these assumptions are cautious at best. There have been attempts, many of them, linguists, cryptographers, historians, all trying to draw order from the chaos of lines and curves pressed into clay thousands of years ago. Some researchers have spent entire careers studying a single symbol, hoping for a breakthrough that never came. Others have compared Proto-Elamite signs to those from nearby regions, hoping for similarities, hoping for hints. A few believe that the script may be more of a prioritizing system, a stage between symbolic communication and true language, not phonetic but referential, a system of meaning that never reached the complexity of true written speech. Yet, if that were the case, the system is remarkably elaborate. Over 1,000 unique symbols have been identified. Some scholars have noted that no other early writing system apart from perhaps the undeciphered script of the Indus Valley contained such diversity without clear repetition. This abundance of signs has led some to suggest that Proto-Elamite was not a language in the traditional sense, but a set of symbolic records customized to each user or region. Others believe the opposite, that it was a fully developed script, rich and expressive, and we simply lack the tools to understand it. A major challenge in deciphering the script lies in its brevity. Most tablets are short, lists, tallies, labels. Unlike the great epics or royal inscriptions found in Mesopotamia, there are no known narrative texts, no hymns, no legal codes, nothing long enough to establish patterns of grammar or syntax without repeated context, without parallel versions in other scripts. Translation books guesswork, and yet the tablets feel deliberate. Their symbols carefully pressed, their layouts consistent. Whoever wrote them had a system, had training. These were not casual marks, but planned expressions passed from hand to hand, preserved in the dry soil of ancient Susa, waiting to be read. Modern technology has helped to some degree. High-resolution scans and digital imaging have revealed previously unnoticed details, tiny grooves, faint impressions, corrections made mid-script. Some scholars have developed software to catalog and compare the symbols, seeking statistical patterns, frequency counts, positional rules. Progress has been made in identifying certain numbers. A few symbols have been tentatively linked to objects like goats, jars, or loaves. But the core of the system, the way words were formed, the rules they followed, remains out of reach. Linguists have proposed various methods of attack. One theory suggests comparing Proto-Elamite to Linear Elamite, a later script used in the region, during the 3rd millennium BCE. Though that system was once undeciphered as well, partial translations have begun to emerge in recent years. If a connection can be drawn between the two, perhaps insights from one could unlock the other. Yet the links are tenuous. Linear Elamite uses a different structure, and while a few symbols seem to share visual traits, most do not align closely enough to provide certainty that another avenue of research explores the possibility that the script represents a language entirely lost to history, unrelated to Sumerian, Addian, or even later Elamite tongues. If true, deciphering it would be even more difficult. With no known relatives, no common grammar, and no bilingual texts like the famous Rosetta Stone, there would be nothing to compare against. The symbols would remain abstract shapes, the meaning sealed inside. There have been moments of excitement, claims of partial decipherment, theories published and then withdrawn, conferences held, arguments exchanged, funding won and lost. But through it all, the tablets remain unchanged, their marks untouched by certainty, their voices quiet thought to those who study them. The mystery is both maddening and magnetic. The script speaks of a people who organized, who counted, who recorded, who carved their presence into clay with care, and yet not even their names have been preserved. No rulers, no cities, no gods, only quantities, shapes, marks that suggest a rhythm without sound. What does it mean when a civilization's words outlast their meaning? When we can see their language but cannot read it? The Proto-Elamite script invites questions not only about history but about memory, about how civilizations speak across time, and how easily their voices can be lost. Among the tablets, one can sometimes see corrections, symbols scraped away, replaced, restamped, evidence that the scribes made mistakes, reviewed their work, cared about precision. There are even signs of formatting, columns, spacing, alignment. These were not random inscriptions. They followed a logic, a system, one we can observe but not participate in. Some researchers have speculated that the script died out quickly. Perhaps it proved too complex. Perhaps it was never fully adopted. But population dot, maybe it was the product of a single city or a single class of scribes. And when they disappeared, the knowledge disappeared with them. It would not be the first time. Writing systems have risen and vanished before. Each time they do, they take with them not just vocabulary, but culture, philosophy, identity. Others believe the script may have survived longer than we think, used in contexts we haven't yet uncovered, on perishable materials, or in regions not yet excavated. If so, perhaps future discoveries will offer a key, a tablet buried in the corner of a ruined temple, a bilingual inscription left by a traveling merchant, and one piece of evidence could unravel the entire script. Until then, the puzzle remains. In recent years, collaborations between linguists, archaeologists, and computer scientists have offered new hope. Machine learning models trained on known languages have been adapted to analyze Proto-Elamite. Algorithms scan symbol sequences, searching for repetition, grammatical structures, or semantic groupings. These digital tools work tirelessly, generating models, testing probabilities. But even machines struggle when the dataset is small, the symbols many, and the meanings unknown. Despite the challenges, interest in the script continues. Students gather to examine the tablets in person, tracing the symbols with careful eyes. Researchers publish new papers debating the origins, the connections, the possibilities. And somewhere in the archives, hundreds of tablets sit in drawers and vaults, their surfaces dry and firm, their contents waiting in museums. A few tablets are displayed on the glass. Visitors lean in. Some take photographs. Others simply stare, drawn by the mystery, unsure of what they are seeing. To the casual observer, the symbols may look decorative, strange, perhaps beautiful. But to those who know, they are fragments of a language frozen in time, the last words of a people whose voices have not yet been recovered. Perhaps they were never meant to be read by us. Perhaps the meanings were always meant to stay bound to their moment, to their city, their rituals, their needs. But still, we try not to possess the past, but to understand it, to connect with those who lived before, not through their monuments or their weapons, but through the marks they left behind. Across the vast expanse of Central Australia, where ochre, sands stretch for miles and the sun drifts slowly across an endless horizon, a figure lies etched into the earth. Not a ruin, not a structure, but a drawing, massive, precise, and strangely deliberate. A man holding a long stick or spear, his limbs extended, his posture frozen in motion. The lines are shallow yet clear, cut into the hard soil of the plateau, near the remote town of Mary. From the ground, it is invisible, but from the air, it becomes unmistakable. Towering across nearly 2.5 meters of desert terrain, it is one of the largest geoglyphs ever discovered, and no one knows who made it. The Mary Man came to public attention in June of 1998. A pilot flying over the region noticed something odd. Lines scratched into the reddish dirt, forming an image too large to grasp without altitude. Within days, the sighting was confirmed and aerial photographs began to circulate. The outline showed a human figure, muscular, broad-shouldered, with a head turned to the side and an arm raised as if mid-throw. Some described it as an ancient hunter, others as a deity. But no matter the interpretation, one fact was inescapable. It appeared suddenly. No one had reported it being there before. No permission had been granted for its creation. No group came forward to claim responsibility. Authorities were baffled. The land was remote, but not inaccessible. Survey teams, satellite trackers, and military patrols had covered the region for decades. And yet, this massive artwork, carved with mathematical precision and artistic consistency, had appeared without notice. Within weeks, speculation began. Some believed it was the work of an artist, an anonymous individual or collective seeking to create a modern marvel in the style of the ancient Nazca lines of Peru. Others thought it might have been constructed using GPS technology, which by the late 1990s had become accessible to civilians. The precision of the lines suggested planning, equipment, and aerial coordination. Still, no definitive evidence surfaced. Adding to the mystery were the strange clues that began to appear. Anonymous faxes were sent to media outlets and government offices referencing the figure and providing cryptic statements about its creation. One such message described the drawing as an homage to ancient indigenous hunting traditions. Another claimed the figure had been made using satellite-guided bulldozers. The faxes included Americanized spellings and references to obscure U.S. military operations, leading some to speculate that the creators were not Australian at all, but perhaps American servicemen or artists with knowledge of desert terrain. Yet, no one stepped forward. No name was attached. No artist claimed credit. As the years passed, the speculation deepened. Was it a prank on a massive scale, a secret project, a social experiment, or something more symbolic? An attempt to evoke ancestral imagery in a new and mysterious way. The geoglyph itself, despite its scale, was fragile, carved only a few inches. Deep into the crust of the earth, it was vulnerable to erosion. The soil of the Australian outback is hard-packed but dry, prone to wind shifts and seasonal rains. Without maintenance, the lines began to fade. Grass and dust slowly returned, obscuring sections of the outline. Within a few years, the image was difficult to see without enhanced aerial photography. Local authorities debated whether to preserve it. Some wanted it protected as a cultural landmark. Others argued that its unknown origins and possible disruption of sacred land made conservation complicated. Indigenous groups in the region expressed concern that the figure may have been placed without consultation or respect for cultural sites. The land around Mary holds deep spiritual significance for the Diary and Arabana peoples. Although no direct conflict was confirmed between the geoglyph's placement and known sacred areas, the lack of transparency in its creation caused discomfort. The question of authorship remained unresolved. A decade after the married man first appeared, an artist named Bardius Goldberg was mentioned in connection with the geoglyph. He had once spoken of creating large-scale earth art using modern technology. After his death in 2002, some of his acquaintances suggested he may have been involved, but no evidence has been found. No sketches, no correspondence, no proof. If Goldberg was behind the married man, he took the secret with him. Investigators also noted the logistics involved. The figure's outline covers more than 25 square miles. To carve such a shape without being seen would have required careful coordination. Observers pointed out that modern GPS technology could allow a team to follow pre-mapped lines with bulldozers or plows. But even so, the remoteness of the area, the necessary fuel, equipment, and time suggest a significant undertaking. Estimates suggest it would have taken several weeks to complete. Yet, no aerial photographs show its construction. No workers were reported. No equipment was left behind. The symbolism of the Maori man is equally elusive. Some researchers believe the figure represents an ancestral hunter modeled after indigenous rock art found elsewhere in Australia. The arm raised with a stick may reference a boomerang or a throwing spear, tools used for thousands of years by Aboriginal peoples. Others interpret the figure more abstractly as a generic human form intended to provoke curiosity. Its lack of facial detail, its minimalist proportions, and its isolation in the desert all suggest intentional ambiguity. In 2013, another development stirred interest. A group of local residents concerned about the site's fading visibility restored the lines using GPS data and surveying tools. They rescraped the outline following the original path as closely as possible. A new aerial image was captured showing the married man clearly again. The restoration reignited debates over authenticity, preservation, and artistic intent. Was the figure still the original artwork, or had it become something else, a replica, a tribute? The mystery has persisted into the 21st century, attracting occasional attention from media, artists, and researchers. Satellite imagery still captures the Maori man's outline, especially after rainfall temporarily clears away dust and vegetation. But no new evidence has surfaced. No new messages, no recorded confessions. In academic circles, the geoglyph is studied alongside other unexplained landmarks. It is often compared to the Atacama Giant in Chile, the Blythe Intaglias in California, and the Nazca Lines of Peru. Yet, the Maori man stands apart, not only in its recent origin, but in its refusal to reveal its purpose. Ancient geoglyphs often align with star patterns, ceremonial paths, or agricultural markers. The married man does none of these. It is not oriented to celestial bodies. It does not mark water. It points to nothing. It simply exists. The landscape surrounding the figure offers few hints. The land is dry and flat, marked by low scrub and long gravel tracks. Temperatures can be extreme with scorching days and cold nights. Wildlife is sparse. Towns are few. The nearest settlement, Mari, is small, quiet, and often used as a rest point for travelers heading north into more isolated regions. And yet, out here, someone, perhaps a handful of people, decided to create something massive, something that would not be seen by those who passed nearby, but by those who flew above, a message not to the ground, but to the sky. A symbol carved not for practicality, but for perspective. For some, the merry man represents the possibilities of anonymous art, of creation without claim, of mystery without answer. In a world where so much is tracked, documented, and labeled, this figure remains unclaimed. Its very existence asks questions not just about who made it, but about why we need to know. Perhaps that is its purpose, to make us wonder, to remind us that not everything is explained, that sometimes in the middle of nowhere, something impossible appears. A shape too large to be ignored. A figure carved into the earth, looking out across a desert that has seen 1,000 years pass without change. There are no signs directing visitors to the site. No billboards, no souvenir shops, just a dirt airstrip nearby, a gravel road that winds across the plateau, and a few faded photographs in the town museum. The married man is not easily reached. But for those who do make the journey, something quiet happens. From the air, the figure comes into view. Lines etched deep into the red earth, curving with care, shaped by unseen hands. And as the aircraft circles, the figure holds its form, the spear extended, the body still, no movement, no name, only form. Whoever made the merry man left behind no trail, no signature, no explanation. Just a figure on a plateau watching the sky, waiting not far from the islands that draw tourists with white sands and coral reefs. Nestled in the remote highlands of Sulawesi lies a place few have heard of, Ba Valley. Isolated by rugged terrain and thick jungle, the valley stretches quietly between forested mountains. Its landscape is lush and uneven, dotted with rice fields and winding dirt roads. But scattered across this serene environment are figures carved from stone. Massive, enigmatic forms that have watched over the valley for longer than anyone can. Remember, they stand alone or in small groups, weathered and moss-covered, shaped by hands no one can name. Their faces are smooth and simple, yet haunting in expression. Some wear solemn stares, others seem caught mid-thought, their features soft and ambiguous. Locally, they are called Watu, meaning simply stones. Some villagers refer to them more specifically as Arca, a word borrowed from ancient Javanese, meaning a statue or idol. But their true names, their purpose, and their origins remain unrecorded. There are over 400 of these megaliths across the Lindu National Park, with the highest concentration found in Beta Valley itself. They vary in size. Some stand over 13 feet tall. Others are smaller, almost squat, shaped more like vessels or seated forms than people. Each one appears deliberate. Each one seems to belong exactly where it was placed. No written records exist to explain their creation. No known culture in the region left behind documents or carvings that describe their function. And despite decades of study, archaeologists are still unsure when the figures were made. Early guesses place them at around 500 years old. Later studies comparing their weathering and burial depth suggest they could be as old as 3,000 years. The local oral traditions offer few clues. Some stories speak of ancestors turned to stone. Others hint that the statues walk at night, shifting position when no one watches. What complicates the mystery is the sheer diversity of the figures. Some resemble humans with elongated heads and oval eyes. Others have almost frog-like appearances, their limbs curled and compressed. A few seem to smile faintly, while others displaying no expression at all. Most are carved from granite material that does not naturally occur within the valley. This suggests the stone was brought from the surrounding mountains, carved either before transport or after arrival. But no quarries have been found, no tools, no workshop sites, only the figures themselves scattered across the hills and fields. Among the most famous is a statue known as Palindo, meaning the entertainer. It stands just over 4 meters tall, shaped like a giant humanoid with rounded shoulders and simplified limbs. Its face bears a curious smirk, its eyes wide and open. Locals say that during times of hardship, villagers would gather near Palindo to offer food or whisper prayers, not because they believed the statue was a god, but because it felt old, present, a witness. Another figure, Lank Bulava, appears more. Slender with arms crossed and a posture that seems almost shy. Its features are gentler, less defined, as though worn down by rain or wind. A few figures have markings, shallow lines along the arms, patterns around the head, but these are rare. Most are unadorned, their power resting in form rather than detail. There are also basin stones, circular megaliths with hollowed centers, resembling troughs or altars. Some are found beside the standing figures. Others lie on their own, buried partially in mud or resting beside tree roots. Some researchers believe these may have been used in rituals, perhaps for water, grain, or blood. But again, this is conjecture. No artifacts have been recovered from their interiors. No wear patterns suggest a specific use. When outsiders first began documenting the statues in the early 20th century, they assumed the work had been done recently. The figures looked simple, even naive, lacking the intricate carvings of Hindu or Buddhist stonework found elsewhere in Indonesia. They were dismissed as primitive. But further study revealed a complexity hidden beneath the surface. The stone is dense, difficult to carve even with metal tools. To shape it with rudimentary equipment would have taken immense time and patience. More puzzling still is the positioning. Many of the statues face east or southeast. Some researchers have speculated this may be intentional, perhaps tied to solar patterns or ancestral beliefs. Others see no consistent orientation and suggest the placements were determined by terrain or social custom. There is no consensus. In the 1970s and 80s, archaeological surveys mapped the valley in greater detail. A few megaliths were excavated from beneath layers of soil, their lower halves buried by time. Some were broken, lying in pieces. Others stood upright, surrounded by smaller stones arranged in circles or rows, but no remains were found. No bones, no tools, no offerings. The context remained as empty as the fields around them. Attempts to date the stones directly have been inconclusive. Radiocarbon dating is ineffective on granite, and organic material nearby can only provide rough estimates. The figures could have been placed centuries apart. They may represent generations of effort, each one added in response to memory, drought, or grief. Or they may have been made all at once during a concentrated cultural moment lost to time. Some believe the statues marked burial sites beneath each figure lie an ancient grave, but digging has revealed little. A few areas contain fragments of pottery or stone tools, but nothing that clearly indicated a literary purpose. Others propose that the megaliths marked boundaries between tribes, clans, or sacred territories. Yet the figures are not spaced regularly. Some stand close together. Others appear alone, separated by miles of jungle. Local elders occasionally share stories, passed down through generations. One tale speaks of stone giants who once roamed the land only to be turned into statues by ancestral spirits. Another describes a hero whose victories were so great that the earth itself preserved his form, raising him into stone so the people would not forget. These stories are fluid, shaped by memory and season. They offer texture but not certainty. The Indonesian government has taken steps to protect the site. Lara Lindu National Park is a designated UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, and the valley falls within its boundaries. Yet access is limited. The area is rural. There are few roads. Many of the statues lie hours from the nearest village, hidden by overgrowth, or lying quietly beside rice terraces. Some have been damaged by erosion or moss. Others have been moved or disturbed by past farming. A few have disappeared entirely. Even so, the figures remain. Their presence is quiet but persistent. Travelers who reach Beta Valley often describe a feeling not of awe but of calm curiosity. The megaliths do not command attention. They invite it. There is no fanfare, no ceremony, just carved forms in the landscape as though they have always been part of it. Researchers continue to study the site. Some are focusing on tool marks, hoping to understand how the granite was shaped. Others use drone surveys to map the full extent of the placements. Advances in satellite imaging have helped identify previously unnoticed figures. Their outlines faint beneath layers of soil and vegetation, yet answers remain elusive. No definitive timeline, no confirmed builders, no language, just stone-shaped. By human hand standing across a valley where birds call and the wind moves gently through the grass. And perhaps that is enough. Not every mystery needs solving. Some histories are not recorded in books or bound in scrolls. Some are carved into earth, shaped by weather, remembered only in gesture and myth. The megaliths of Beta Valley do not speak in words, but they tell us something all the same. That someone was here, that they carved, watched, remembered, and that their memory remains, not in monuments of grandeur, but in figures of stone waiting among the hills, deep in the forests of southeastern Siberia, where pine and larch stretch across vast hills, and the ground remains frozen for much of the year. There exists a formation unlike anything else in the region. Locals have known about it for generations, but outsiders first heard of it in the year 1949 when a geologist named Vadim Kolpakov was surveying the remote Iuk region. While charting terrain along the Pum River basin, he encountered something so unexpected, so large that it took him several moments to realize what he was looking at. Rising from the forest floor was a massive dome of stone and debris shaped like a cone with a flattened peak. It measured roughly 160 feet high and over 600 feet in diameter at the base. The formation was made of crushed limestone and broken rock arranged in a way that did not resemble any known natural hill, landslide, or volcanic feature in the region. Kolpakov was struck not only by its sheer size, but by its shape, unmistakably geometric, almost artificial. Later, he described it as resembling a volcanic cone, but with no lava, no crater, no sign of heat or pressure, just stone rising from the Tiger without explanation. The locals, particularly the Yakut people, had long avoided the site. They called it the Fire Eagle Nest. According to their oral traditions, animals would not graze nearby. Birds avoided flying overhead, and hunters often felt sick when passing too close. They believed the formation was cursed at or touched by something that should not be disturbed. For decades, the area remained largely unstudied, remote, difficult to access, and wrapped in superstition. Kolpakov, however, was intrigued. He proposed that the formation may have been caused by a meteorite impact, perhaps a smaller cousin to the Tunguska event that flattened forests elsewhere in Siberia in the year 198. But unlike Tunguska, there were no burnt trees here, no widespread devastation, no signs of fire, just a mound rising cleanly, its surface dotted with debris, its edges sharp and steep. The formation became known as the Tomsky Crater. Though the term crater is misleading, it lacks the usual B-shaped depression associated with impact sites. Instead, it is more like a dome thrown upward from beneath, as if the Earth itself pushed the material out in a slow, controlled heave. Its peak is slightly concave, with a depression at the center, and from above, it resembles a crown or a crater with a ring-like structure. There is also a smaller central mound within the depression, creating a two-tiered effect that further distinguishes it from typical geological formations. For years, researchers debated its origin. Some proposed that it was indeed an impact site, the result of a meteorite that buried itself deep below the surface, causing the ground above to rise in a domed explosion. But no fragments of iron or nickel have ever been found in or around the structure. Materials typically left behind by meteorites. Magnetometric surveys showed unusual magnetic patterns near the site, but nothing conclusive. Others suggested volcanic activity. Perhaps the formation was the result of a subterranean gas explosion or a failed magma intrusion. But this too met problems. The area shows no signs of past volcanism. There are no lava flows, no basalt columns, no volcanic ash, and the crushed limestone that makes up much of the mound does not align with materials commonly associated with volcanic cones dated by the early 2000s. More thorough expeditions began. Geologists, physicists, and even aerospace scientists joined forces to study the Potomsky crater. Trees surrounding the site were sampled, their growth rings examined for signs of radiation or trauma. Some showed unusual growth patterns, accelerated. In some years, stunted in others. But whether this was due to radiation, climate, or soil chemistry remained unclear. Drilling attempts proved difficult. The structure is dense and unstable in places. Layers of debris collapse inward when bored. Still, cores were taken and analyzed. No signs of extreme heat were found. No glassy inclusions, no evidence of molten rock. What the samples did show was a mix of fractured limestone, fine gravel, and a few scattered organic inclusions, suggesting that whatever created the mound did so with great force, but not with fire. Some researchers began to consider more exotic explanations. Perhaps a methane explosion deep underground caused by pressurized gas, escaping through a fracture in the Earth's crust. Others proposed a glacial process, though this would be highly irregular given the latitude and composition. A few even suggested the possibility of a massive barrel collapse, an underground chamber falling in on itself and creating a pressure wave that ejected debris upward. Yet, no tunnels or caverns have ever been found beneath the formation. Then there were the fringe theories. Some proposed that the crater was evidence of a failed alien landing, an impact without a craft, a failed propulsion system, leaving behind a footprint of energy. Others claimed it was a man-made structure, perhaps the result of secret weapons testing during the Soviet era. But historical records show no military activity in the region. No roads, no installations, nothing that would explain such an event. A recurring theme in the research was the crater's isolation. It sits in the middle of one of the most sparsely populated areas on Earth. Access is difficult. There are no nearby towns. Expeditions must be carried out by helicopter or on foot, over rugged terrain. This remoteness has preserved the site, but has also limited the depth of study. Some of the most intriguing findings come not from what is present, but from what is absent. There is no animal activity near the mound. Birds rarely nest nearby. Insects are fewer than in surrounding areas. Some expeditions have reported headaches, nausea, and fatigue after extended time at the site. Instruments occasionally malfunction. Batteries drain faster. While no consistent radiation has been detected, the anomalies are persistent enough to be noted. There is also the matter of the crater's age. No one knows exactly when it formed. The absence of trees growing on the mound itself suggests a relatively young age, perhaps less than 500 years. Yet no historical records, no local legends, no seismic data give any clues. If it was an explosion, no sound was ever recorded. If it was a collapse, no surface tremor was noted. In 2013, a renewed expedition attempted to date the formation using soil samples and linometry, a method of estimating age based on the size of lichen colonies. Their estimates suggested the structure formed within the last several centuries, but the margins of error were wide. Whether it formed during the Middle Ages or sometime in the last 100 years remains unresolved. Despite years of research, the Potomsky crater remains one of the least understood geological features in Siberia. Every theory seems to stop short. Each new finding opens another question. Its structure suggests an event of great force, but there is no crater. Its material is natural, but its shape is not. Its location is isolated, but its impact on those who visit is not. Even now, researchers continue to scan the area with LIDAR and ground-penetrating radar. They analyze isotope ratios in nearby rocks. They compare satellite imagery over time to monitor for subtle shifts or erosion. But the mystery remains. Locals still avoid the site, not out of fear, but out of respect. They believe the mound is part of something older, something that was never meant to be disturbed. Whether that belief is rooted in myth or memory, no one can say, but there is something compelling about the way the trees part as the mound comes into view, the way the air feels different, the way questions rise faster than answers. Whatever formed the Potomsky crater did so without announcement. There was no flash, no sound carried through the mountains. Only a mound, a shape rising cleanly from the forest floor, waiting to be understood. It was early in the year 1918, and the world was still caught in the grip of war. Across oceans and continents, supplies moved slowly through a network of vessels, military and merchant alike, feeding the gears of industry and battle. Among those ships was the USS Cyclops, a massive Navy collar assigned to transport coal and raw materials between Allied ports. She was long, steel-hulled, and built for utility, not glamour. Yet, she would go on to become one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries of the 20th century. Commissioned in 1910, the Cyclops was over 540 feet long and carried a displacement of nearly 20,000 tons when fully loaded. She could transport more than 10,000 tons of coal and was powered by two large, vertical triple expansion engines. Her crew at full complement numbered over 300. She was not fast nor designed for combat, but she was vital, serving as the lifeblood of supply routes stretching from the east coast of the United States to faraway ports in the Caribbean and South America. On March 4th of 1918, Cyclops departed from the port of Salvador, Brazil, bound for Baltimore, Maryland. On board were 209 crew members and 97 passengers, many of whom were American citizens returning home. Her cargo was manganese ore, a heavy and dense mineral used in steel production. The voyage was expected to take no more than a couple of weeks. The seas were reported calm, the weather was fair, and yet the ship never arrived. No distress signals were ever received. No debris was recovered. No lifeboats were found. The Cyclops had vanished entirely without a single trace of her hull, her cargo, or her passengers. It remains the single largest loss of life in United States Navy history, not involving direct combat. And over a century later, it is still not clear what happened. The journey itself had already shown signs of difficulty. Prior to arriving in Brazil, Cyclops had departed from Norfolk, Virginia in January of that same year. After a stop in Barbados, she continued southward to Rio de Janeiro. There, the ship's commanding officer, Lieutenant Commander George Wally, made several decisions that would later raise questions. Wall was a complicated figure. Born in Germany and having changed his name upon immigrating to the United States, he was said to be strict, reclusive, and occasionally erratic. Some accounts described him as detached from his crew, maintaining distance even from his officers. It was also reported that during portions of the trip, he allowed non-military passengers aboard, individuals whose presence had not been officially recorded on all manifests. Some of these decisions would later feed into speculation about espionage, sabotage, or mutiny. When Cyclops reached Salvador, she took on her final load of manganese ore, one that pushed her to near full capacity. Manganese is far denser than coal, and there were later concerns that the ship may have been overloaded, or at least improperly balanced. But the ship was built for weight, and no signs of structural damage had been reported. On her departure from Salvador, the Cyclops made one last stop, the island of Barbados. There she took on supplies, made repairs, and received final instructions for her northward journey. On March 4th, she left port for Baltimore. That was the last time anyone saw her. The disappearance sparked immediate concern. Wireless transmissions from nearby vessels reported nothing unusual. Coastal stations never received a signal. Days passed, then weeks. Search efforts began, but quickly stalled. The sea offers few clues when it does not want to give them. The war made things more complicated. German submarines patrolled the Atlantic, and some believed the ship may have been torpedoed, but no enemy ever claimed responsibility, and the usual signs of a sinking debris, oil slicks, bodies were completely absent. The Navy launched a formal investigation. The commanding officer's background was reviewed, crew lists were checked, weather logs were re-examined, but no answers came. In a written report, then Assistant Secretary of the Navy Franklin D. Roosevelt concluded that the disappearance was one of the most baffling events in the Navy's recent history. He offered no official theory, no conclusion. The file was left open. Over the years, many ideas have been proposed. Some are grounded in maritime science. Others drift into speculation. One of the earliest theories suggested that the ship broke, apart due to structural failure. The manganese ore, if not distributed properly, could have created a dangerous imbalance. If the hull had already been compromised through age, fatigue, or poor maintenance, the added pressure could have caused a failure. A sudden shift in cargo, especially during a roll or turn, might have capsized the vessel without warning. In such a scenario, the ship would sink quickly, giving no time for distress signals or evacuation. Yet, this too presents problems. A ship of Cyclops size would not vanish quietly. Life rings, floating cargo, even pieces of wood often remain after a vessel goes under. But no such evidence was ever found, not along the route, nor along distant shores weeks later. The Atlantic, while vast, usually returns something. Others have wondered whether the ship ever left Barbados at all. Could there have been a change in course, a diversion, a hijacking? These ideas remain unsupported by documentation. Port authorities confirmed the ship's departure. Witnesses saw her vanish into the horizon. Whatever happened occurred far from shore. In later decades, the mystery of the Cyclops became linked to a much broader idea, the so-called Bermuda Triangle, that loosely defined area between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico has long been associated with maritime and aerial disappearances. The Cyclops is often cited as one of the earliest and most dramatic examples. But the triangle itself is a construct, a label applied retroactively to a set of unrelated incidents. No firm data supports the idea that ships vanish more frequently there than in any other similarly busy ocean region. Still, the Cyclops' disappearance feels different. The size of the vessel, the number of passengers, and the absolute absence of wreckage set it apart. The story grew more mysterious with time, not less. Theories continued to evolve. Some suggested sabotage, perhaps carried out by German agents or crew members loyal to the Kaiser. The war had already seen sabotage on American soil, including the famous Black Tom explosion in 1916. Perhaps someone on board had tampered with the engines or the cargo, but no whispers of discontent were found among crew logs or letters home. No one aboard ever hinted that they feared sabotage. Another theory proposed that the ship was sunk by a rogue wave, one of those sudden towering walls of water that can rise without warning in deep ocean waters. But again, the lack of wreckage remains difficult to explain. In 2009, researchers using underwater scanning equipment searched areas along the Cyclops' presumed route. Several anomalies were found, potential shipwreck sites, but none matched the dimensions or features of the missing cholera. In the years since, further expeditions have followed. All have come back empty. What complicates matters further is that Cyclops was not alone in her fate. Two of her sister ships, Proteus and Nereus, also disappeared under mysterious circumstances, both while carrying similar cargo along similar routes. Though these disappearances occurred later during the Second World War, the pattern unsettled investigators. 3 ships, same class, same cargo, same outcome. By now, over 100 years have passed since the Cyclops vanished. The sea has kept its secret. No message in a bottle, no floating crate, no bleached hull caught in a fisherman's net. Just an absence, a space where something once was. A line in, a logbook that never reached its final entry. Families of those on board received no closure, only silence. Over 300 people vanished. Names lost not to storm or flame, but to whatever happened somewhere in the open ocean between Brazil and the American coast. Today, the name Cyclops is remembered less for her service and more for her mystery. Museums mention her in brief plaques. Naval. Historians include her in footnotes and lectures, but no one has found her. And perhaps in the deep quiet of the Atlantic, she still rests somewhere far below the light, beneath layers of silt and salt, unseen by any eyes since the spring of 1918. Whatever happened on that final voyage, whether mechanical failure, sabotage, natural force, or something beyond current understanding, the sea has chosen not to say. In the far northwest of Scotland, beyond the windswept outer heads and into the icy grasp of the Atlantic, there lies a small group of rocky islets known as the Flannan Isles, barren, jagged, and often cloaked in sea mist. These remote pieces of land have long stood apart from the mainland, a place of seabirds, wind, and waves. They are uninhabited now, save for gulls and puffins. But at the turn of the 20th century, one of the islands held a structure meant to bring order to a chaotic sea. The lighthouse on Moor, built high on the cliffs above the crashing water. The Flannels Lighthouse began its duty in December of 1899. It was a marvel of engineering for its time, a testament to precision and perseverance in a region known for storms and isolation. The tower rose 75 feet above the ground and was manned at all times by a rotating group of 3 keepers, with a 4th man on shore, leave rotating as schedules required. In December of 1900, just 1 year after the lighthouse became operational, something happened. Something that would leave the scientific and maritime communities puzzled for generations. 3 men vanished from the island without a trace. Their disappearance would go on to inspire poetry, music, and myth. But even after more than a century of investigation and theory, no definitive answer has ever emerged. The story begins on December 15th of that year. A passing steamer, the Arcta, reported that the light from the lighthouse had not been visible during a stormy crossing near the Fing near the island. This absence was noted, but not immediately acted upon. Bad weather often delayed routine communication between the island and the mainland. and it was not unusual for lighthouse equipment to malfunction briefly during winter gales. By December 20th, concern began to grow. The lighthouse relief vessel, Hesperus, was scheduled to bring supplies and rotate out the keeper on leave. But severe weather kept the ship moored for several days. When it finally reached the island on December 26th, what the crew found was unexpected. As Hesperus approached, the men noticed something strange. No one stood at the landing dock to greet them. No signal flag flew from the pole. There was no movement, no sign of life. The captain of the Hesperus ordered the ship's horn to be sounded. Flares were fired. Still no response. A relief keeper, Joseph Moore, was sent ashore to investigate. What he found set the stage for one of maritime history's most enduring mysteries. The entrance gate to the compound was closed. The front door of the lighthouse was unlocked. Inside, all was intact. The lamp had been cleaned and prepared, but it was unlit. The clock had stopped. A set of oilskins, rain gear used by the keepers, was missing, but two others remained on their hooks. In the kitchen, a meal had been prepared, but not eaten. A chair lay overturned near the table. Upstairs, beds were neatly made. Everything appeared as it should except for one overwhelming detail. The three men assigned to the station, James Datt, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, were gone. Moore returned to the ship and informed the captain. A full search of the island followed. The eastern side showed nothing unusual, but near the western landing, where steep cliffs dropped into the sea, investigators found more troubling signs. Ropes that should have been secured in a storage crate were scattered across the rocks. A metal railing had been twisted and torn from its mounting. Turf had been displaced. A logbook found inside the lighthouse recorded earlier events. Entries dated December 12th through 14th mentioned high winds, poor visibility, and rising seas. The final entry simply read, "Storm past, sea calm, God is over all." That final sentence, brief and enigmatic, would be repeated in every future account of the incident. Theories quickly emerged. The official inquiry concluded that the men had been swept away by a rogue wave, perhaps while securing equipment during the storm. This was plausible. The west side of Island Moore is exposed to violent Atlantic swells, and waves as high as 70 feet have been recorded in the area. A sudden surge could have carried men from the ledges with little warning, but this explanation raised other questions. Why had one man apparently left without his reindeer while the others had taken theirs? Standard protocol required at least one keeper to remain inside the lighthouse at all times. If two men had gone to secure the ropes, why would the third have left his post? And why was no distress signal sent? No flare fired? The absence of footprints in the snow-covered paths also troubled investigators. It suggested that the men had vanished not during the calmer days of December 16th or 17th, but earlier during the heart of the storm when visibility was low and waves were at their peak. In the decades that followed, speculation gave rise to folklore. Some claimed the men had been abducted either by smugglers or something stranger. Others suggested mutiny or foul play. There were rumors that MacArthur had a violent temper and that tension among the crew may have led to conflict. But again, there was no evidence, no blood, no weapon, nothing disturbed inside. The island itself offers no easy answers. Even Moore is small, just a few hundred meters across, and has no caves or large crevices. If the men had slipped or fallen, their bodies might have been carried out to sea, but the lack of wreckage, clothing, or debris left many unconvinced. Over time, the story began to attract broader attention. In 1917, poet Wilfred Wilson Gibson published a piece titled Flannan Isle, inspired by the disappearance. His verses focused not on explanation, but on atmosphere, the unease of absence. the strangeness of a place untouched yet incomplete. The lighthouse, standing tall and clean with everything in order and no one inside, became a symbol of something larger than a simple maritime tragedy. During the 20th century, writers and paranormal researchers added more layers. Some linked the incident to other disappearances at sea. Others pointed to electromagnetic anomalies. A few even woven stories of ancient curses or spirits tied to the island. But these were stories, not studies. The facts remained sparse, the timeline clear, but empty. The last known communication from the lighthouse occurred on December 13th. The Ark tore past 2 days later and reported darkness where light should have been. The relief team arrived 13 days after that, and by then, whatever had happened was complete. In recent years, new assessments have revisited the site. Digital modeling has shown how wave patterns could indeed reach the upper ledges of the western landing, especially during rare but powerful storms. A sudden surge could dislodge boulders, sweep a man from a platform, or twist metal railings. But even this offers only part of the story. If all 3 men were lost to the sea in such a wave, why had no distress signal been sent? Why had no one returned to the lighthouse afterward? Why had a meal been left uneaten, suggesting sudden interruption? There are no definitive answers, only a collection of clues pointing in many directions. The men may have died performing their duties. They may have been victims of a rare natural phenomenon, or something else entirely may have occurred, something never recorded, and now lost to the passage of time. Today, the Flannels Lighthouse is automated. No keepers remain. The tower still operates, its beacon cutting through the darkness for passing ships, but the island itself is rarely visited. The air is often cold, the sky low and pale. From the sea, the island looks like a knuckle of stone rising from an ocean that speaks in wind and wave, but rarely in words. Visitors who do reach the island often report a strange stillness, not of sound, but of time. A place paused, as if waiting for something left unfinished. The names of James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur are carved into maritime records, but little else remains. No graves, no bodies, no answers, just a lighthouse, a log, book, and the sea that surrounds them both. Just outside the town of Dumbarton in western Scotland, past rows of aged trees and narrow lanes that rise gently through the countryside, there is a place that draws both curiosity and quiet unease. It is a stone bridge, arched and elegant, crossing a narrow ravine known as Overtoun Burn. At first glance, it looks like many others. Old, picturesque, draped in moss and ivy, a relic of the 19th century, when craftsmanship and symmetry often came together in public structures. But what sets this bridge apart is not its construction or location. It is what has happened there again and again for decades. Dogs, often healthy, well-trained, and without apparent cause, have leapt from the same side of this bridge. They fall nearly 50 feet to the rocky stream below, and in many cases, they do not survive. The reports began as far back as the 1950s. Local residents noticed something strange. One dog jumping might be tragic. 2 might be a coincidence, but over time, the numbers began to climb. Some owners returned to the bridge with a second dog, only to witness the same behavior. In some cases, the dog survived the fall only to return to the bridge and attempt to jump again. Most of the incidents occurred at the same spot on the right-hand side of the bridge near the final 2 parapets, and nearly all involved specific breeds: long-nosed, energetic dogs like collies, retrievers, and Labradors. By the late 20th century, the phenomenon had attracted attention far beyond Dumbarton. Animal behaviorists, journalists, and skeptics all came to observe, to measure, to question. But the mystery remained unresolved. The Overtoun Bridge was built in the year 1895 as part of the Overtoun estate. The surrounding grounds included a manor house, gardens, and walking paths. The bridge itself spans the deep, narrow gorge carved by the stream below. Its high walls and twin arches give it a dignified appearance. Solid stonework pale with age. The air is often cool, and on overcast days, mist drifts gently through the trees. To many locals, the bridge is a familiar landmark, a place for walking, for pausing mid-route, for quiet reflection. But for those who have lost pets there, it is something else entirely. Many of the reported incidents share a common set of details. A dog, often off-leash, will approach the edge without hesitation. It will leap, not fall, not stumble, but leap, as if chasing something only it can perceive. Owners describe a sudden stillness, a fixed gaze, and then movement. The reaction is often immediate and irreversible. Some have sought scientific explanations. One theory suggests that the scent of small mammals, perhaps mink or squirrels, might linger below the bridge, carried up by air currents through the stone balustrades. Dogs with a keen sense of smell might catch that scent, become excited, and leap without understanding the height or danger. But the theory, while plausible, fails to explain why the behavior is so specific to one location or why it persists across generations and owners. Tests conducted by researchers using scent trails and hidden cameras produced mixed results. Some dogs reacted, most did not. Other theories have looked at the construction of the bridge itself. Its stone walls are roughly waist-high, and from a dog's point of view, the height of the drop may not be clear. A curious animal might leap, thinking it can land on a grassy slope, unaware of the steep fall. But this too seems insufficient. Dogs are not easily fooled by perspective. They rely on more than sight and the repetition, the specific spot, the breed. Types. The behavior suggests more than simple error. Then there are the psychological theories. Some have proposed that the dogs are reacting to their owners' emotional states, that the bridge with its tragic associations creates tension or fear, that the animals pick up on. Dogs are sensitive to human emotions, and they may respond to subtle cues, tone of voice, posture, heartbeat. But many of the reported incidents occurred during normal walks with no sign of distress until the moment of the jump. As the stories accumulated, a different sort of explanation began to emerge. The idea that the location itself holds something unexplainable, a quality that affects animals more than humans. Some described it as a presence, others called it energy. A few believed the land to be marked by grief. Overture House, just beyond the bridge, has long been associated with stories of loss. The estate passed through several families over the centuries. During the early 20th century, it became a hospital for injured soldiers returning from war. Later, it was used as a spiritual retreat, and for a time, it served as a maternity home. Some have linked the bridge to the concept of thin places, locations in Celtic tradition, where the boundary between worlds is said to grow narrow, where things might pass between realms without notice. For those who lean toward the supernatural, the location's atmosphere contributes to its reputation. The trees often sway with a steady breeze. Birds call and echo across the stone. The stream below trickles through worn rock, but on certain days, the wind drops and the air grows heavy. Visitors have reported a sense of being watched, not menacing, just observed. None of this, of course, offers proof, but it shapes the story. In 2005, a dog behaviorist from Scotland attempted to document the phenomenon. He brought several breeds to the site, including those most often involved in the jumps. He monitored their responses. Some showed interest and sense. One grew agitated near the parapet, but no dog jumped. The conclusion was cautious. There may be environmental cues affecting a small subset of animals under specific conditions, but the mystery remained. Later, a local naturalist proposed a different theory. He suggested that the bridge's unique layout combined with the terrain below creates a type of sensory illusion. Sound waves may behave strangely within the gorge. The combination of wind direction, temperature, and surface texture could affect how smells rise. In short, the area may trick an animal's instincts, but again, this remains a theory. No single cause has been confirmed. The stories continue, though not as frequent as in earlier decades. Reports still surface. A visitor unaware of the bridge's reputation might lose a dog there, only to learn later that others have shared the same experience. Warning signs now appear along the walkway, urging owners to leash their pets. Most comply, but accidents still happen. The Overtown Bridge remains unchanged. Its stones have weathered over a century of rain and frost. Moss grows in the corners. The edges crumble gently with time. From above, the view is peaceful, trees swaying, water moving far below. It is by all appearances a place meant for quiet passage, and for most, that is exactly what it is. But the questions remain. Why there? Why those breeds? Why always that same stretch of stone? No definitive answer has been found. Theories rise and fall. The reports slow, then return. The bridge waits, indifferent to explanation, and perhaps that is where the mystery lies. In a world that often insists on answers, the Overtown Bridge offers none, only stories, quiet, persistent, and unresolved. Just outside the town of Grafino in northwestern Poland, there is a grove of pine trees unlike any other. The forest floor is soft and sandy, and rows of trunks rise toward the sky, but not in the usual way. These trees, all planted around the same time, share a trait that seems to defy natural order. At their base, each trunk bends sharply at a 90 angle before curving gently upward, straightening again as they reach for the light. The bend is smooth and consistent, as if each tree had once been shaped by unseen hands, then allowed to resume its growth unimpeded. The grove contains just over 400 of these unusual trees. Each one leans northward at the base, their lower trunks forming graceful arcs that give the entire forest an otherworldly appearance. It is known locally as Cryas, the crooked forest. These trees are not ancient. Most were planted in the early 1930s, likely by Polish farmers or foresters hoping to harvest them decades later. That means the trees are now just under 100 years old. But while the date of their planting is roughly known, the reason for their peculiar shape is not. No records explain it. No documents describe a plan, and none of the original caretakers remain to offer answers. The grove is bordered on all sides by normal pine forest. Surrounding trees grow straight and tall as one would expect. The difference is visible immediately, even from a distance, even to the untrained eye. The crooked forest does not blend. It stands apart, not by species or size, but by design or perhaps by accident. In the years since the grove became widely known, several theories have been proposed. The most conventional is that the trees were deliberately manipulated. This was not unheard of in forestry. In some regions, trees were shaped for specific purposes: moat building, furniture making, yoke construction. Woodworkers sometimes trained trunks into curves to better match the needs of their craft. A tree naturally curved could provide a stronger, more stable base than one that had been cut and joined artificially. This technique was especially valued in pre-industrial societies where machines had not yet replaced manual shaping. According to this theory, young saplings in the crooked forest were bent using wooden forms or weighted tools while still flexible. After a few years of growth, the shaping devices would have been removed, allowing the trees to resume their upward trajectory. The result, a sharp bend low on the trunk, followed by straight vertical growth. It is a compelling idea, but it carries complications. First, no tools or frames have ever been recovered from the area. No images, no sketches, no written accounts remain of such a practice in the region. While tree shaping was practiced in parts of Europe, it was rarely done on this scale or this consistently. And then there is the timing. The trees appear to have been planted in the early 1930s, during a period of political and economic tension in the region. Griffin was part of Germany at the time, and many records from that era were lost or destroyed during the Second World War. This makes it difficult to confirm who planted the forest or what intentions they may have had. The war may also have interrupted any long-term harvesting plans, leaving the grove untouched and eventually forgotten until rediscovery decades later. Others have looked to more accidental explanations. One idea suggests that heavy snowfall or ice may have flattened the saplings during their first years of growth. If a dense snowpack lay over the young trees for an extended period, it could have bent them toward the ground. As they matured and regained strength, they would have grown back upright, but with a permanent curve low on the trunk. However, for this to occur uniformly across so many trees, conditions would need to have been highly specific. The snow would need to fall heavily in one direction and affect only a narrow portion of the landscape. Surrounding forests do not show similar signs. And while trees can recover from early trauma, they rarely do so with such uniform grace. In the crooked forest, every bend is almost identical in height, curve, and orientation. Another theory points to mechanical damage. Perhaps a piece of machinery or farming equipment crushed the saplings during a pass through the field. A heavy roller, for example, could have knocked the trees flat for a season. But again, this would not explain the consistency or directionality of the bends, nor does it match known forestry practices from the time. Then there are the more imaginative ideas. Some believe the grove was a failed experiment, an attempt by a reclusive artist or inventor to manipulate nature to shape the forest as one might shape clay or wire. Others suggest it was an encoded message, a symbol of resistance during wartime. A few even looked at the unexplained magnetic fields, subsurface anomalies. Perhaps something in the soil affected growth in ways not yet understood, but soil samples from the grove show nothing remarkable. The earth is sandy, common to the region. Drainage is good. Tree health is typical. There are no signs of disease or environmental stress. The trees have grown tall and strong, despite their unusual start. Visitors to the crooked forest often describe it as disorienting. The eye, expecting vertical order, must adjust to curvature. The trees seem to move even while still. Light filters through the canopy differently, casting long arcing shadows across the ground. Some compare it to walking through a sculpture park. Nature is shaped not by time, but by hand. Yet there are no markers, no plaques, no signatures. Local stories add to the mystery. Some say the trees bent themselves to shield children hiding during the war. Others believe the forest was cursed by a woodsman lost in grief. These tales are not presented as fact, but as fragments of a place already filled with uncertainty. Despite the attention the grove has received by tourists, journalists and researchers alike, no definitive conclusion has ever been reached. The trees remain unexplained. They are not ancient monuments or artifacts. They do not hide secrets beneath their bark, and yet they linger in the imagination in a way few natural formations do. What is perhaps most remarkable about the crooked forest is not the absence of answers, but the presence of design without explanation. In a world where most patterns reveal their origins, this one does not. The curve of each tree is deliberate, almost gentle, not broken, not chaotic, just bent. Season after season, the trees continue to grow. their upper branches sway in the wind like any other forest. Birds nest, insects hum, leaves fall, snow drapes the curves in winter. Spring brings green shoots along the branches. Life continues, indifferent to the questions humans ask. And perhaps that is the quiet appeal of the crooked forest. It invites speculation, but does not respond. It offers a visual puzzle with no solution. A rhythm set in wood that no one remembers writing. It is not tragic. It is not ominous. It simply exists. Each tree shaped in youth has risen without resistance. No two are exactly alike. Yet, all share a common form. They are survivors of something, an event, a plan, a season long past. And while the world moves on, they stand as a quiet record of what cannot be fully known. The crooked forest remains open to visitors. Paths wind through the trees. Signs explain what little is understood. Photographers arrive during golden hour to capture the bends in soft light. Children run between trunks. Researchers take measurements. And still, the trees hold their curve, not because they must, but because that is how they began. At the edge of a quiet English estate in Staffordshire, nestled among manicured lawns and carefully trimmed hedge, stands a modest monument. Weathered by time and softened by centuries of wind and rain, it is not the most imposing structure. In fact, many who visit Sugar Hall stroll past it without much pause. They admire the gardens, take in the grandeur of the main house, and glance briefly at the sculpted stone nestled within a decorative archway. But those who do linger, those who stop and truly look soon, realize that the monument holds a question that has eluded every answer. This is not the sort of mystery wrapped in folklore or burdened with fantastical tales. Rather, it is one that exists in broad daylight, carved plainly for all to see. A question that no one asked and no one has answered. A message etched into stone. Its origins forgotten. Its purpose unknown. It has quietly unsettled scholars, linguists, and casual observers for over 2.5 centuries. The monument itself is called the Shepherd's Monument, though it is not truly ancient. It was added to the grounds of Shugborough Hall during the mid-18th century, likely sometime between the years 1748 and 1763, commissioned by Thomas Anson. The structure was meant to be both a tribute to art and a statement of taste. Anson, a wealthy landowner and patron of classical design, had a passion for culture that extended well beyond the British countryside. At the center of the monument is a relief, an engraved sculpture that replicates in reverse a well-known painting by the French artist Nicolas Busson. The original work, titled Et in Arcadia Ego, depicts a group of shepherds standing near a tomb. In a landscape bathed in a soft light, the figures are gathered around the grave, contemplating what is carved upon its surface. Their gestures suggest curiosity, reverence, and perhaps unease. The phrase from which the painting takes its name is often translated as, "Even in Arcadia, I am present." Though subject to interpretation, many have read this as a poetic reminder of mortality, that even in the most idyllic surroundings, the presence of death remains. The work is elegant, reflective, and layered with symbolic meaning. Anson's choice to replicate this painting in sculpture form was not unusual for his time. The 18th century saw a flourishing of interest in classical themes, particularly among the English upper class. Greek columns adorned garden temples. Romeo motifs crept into interior design, and the ancient world was not just studied, but aesthetically reimagined in the estates of gentlemen and philosophers alike. Yet, what makes the Shugborough relief distinct is not its art, but rather the strange details that accompany it. Details which do not appear in Busson's original and which offer no clear explanation of their own. The entire monument is set into a decorative arch framed by stone columns. Atop the arch, 2 carved urns rest on either side of a flaming torch. The Relief panel is set into the middle, sunken into the stone and surrounded by a shallow border. Beneath it, more elements have been engraved. Unusual additions whose meaning has become the subject of long debate. Over time, theories have emerged. Some suggest that the monument is part of a larger symbolic scheme with meanings layered into every angle. The mirrored nature of the relief, flipping the shepherds from left to right, has led many to wonder whether it was intended to hide something, whether it was meant not to reveal truth, but to obscure it. The Annan family, after all, was not without its eccentricities. Thomas Anson was known to keep company with artists, travelers, and men who sought meaning not just through religion or reason, but through mystery. His younger brother, George Anson, was a celebrated naval commander who circumnavigated the globe during the mid-18th century. His journeys brought both wealth and renown to the family. It is said that treasures, ideas, and perhaps secrets returned with him. The grounds of Shugborough Hall reflect this curious blend of rational order and romantic symbolism. The estate features a Chinese house near the river, Grecian structures scattered through the landscape, and a canal styled like a Roman aqueduct. It is a place shaped not only by wealth, but by imagination, by a desire to evoke distant places and lost ages, all within the boundaries of English soil. It is against this backdrop that the Shepherd's Monument was erected, and though its surface offers a scene rooted in antiquity, what lies beneath seems to resist every attempt at understanding. Some have proposed that the monument conceals a message, a kind of puzzle left for future generations to solve. Not a map perhaps, but an idea. Something timeless, carved not for fame or legacy, but to stir thought in those who come after. If that is the case, it has worked well. For over 250 years, the monument has prompted endless speculation, but never a conclusion. Among the more dramatic theories is the idea that the monument connects to the Knights Templar, that elusive brotherhood of warrior monks whose legacy has become a magnet for conspiracy and legend. Advocates of this theory point to the use of classical imagery, the mirrored symbolism, and the suggestion that the monument may relate to a sacred object hidden or protected long ago. Others see it as something more personal, a reflection of mourning perhaps, or a quiet message from one soul to another. The 18th century was a time of restrained expression. Emotions often expressed through code or allegory. A man like Anson may have chosen stone to convey what could not be easily spoken, to suggest grief without naming it, to remember someone without drawing attention. One proposal holds that the relief was meant as a meditation on time itself. The shepherds paused in a moment of discovery, maybe stand-ins for humanity, forever searching, forever pondering what lies beyond death or behind history. The tomb they examine holds no body, no name, only meaning or the absence of it. The layout of the monument adds to its intrigue. It is positioned alone, not far from the main hall, but not beside it either. It stands quietly along a pathway, neither prominent nor hidden. A visitor must choose to engage with it. There is no grand sign, no plaque to explain its purpose, only stone, only sculpture. Over the years, codebreakers have studied it. Historians have puzzled over it. Documentarians have featured it. Some believe it contains a riddle waiting to be cracked. Others think its mystery is simpler, that it was meant to invite thought, not demand interpretation. Theories stretch across the spectrum, from the belief that the monument encodes a long-forgotten religious message to the idea that it points to something buried on the grounds, to the notion that it is all a piece of philosophical art. Each idea clings to possibility, yet none rise above the rest. What endures most is the feeling it creates. There is something about standing before it, watching the shepherds, frozen in time, seeing their fingers point toward the grave. The absence of explanation pulls the mind into quiet curiosity. Visitors don't ask loudly what it means. They wonder. They linger. They walk away changed. Not because they have found answers, but because they have found a question that will not leave. That may be the monument's true purpose. To resist resolution, to stand not as a statement, but as a pause, a stone interruption between the certainties of the estate and the unknowns of time. Many monuments are built to honor, to explain, to teach. But this one, unlike so many, does none of those things. It holds back. It waits. In that way, it invites a different kind of memory. One not grounded in names or dates, but in thought, in the quiet that comes when we stop seeking immediate answers, when we allow ourselves to dwell among possibilities rather than certainties. The mystery of the Shugra inscription is not allowed. 1. It does not call out with grandeur or boast of secrets. It hums with quiet persistence, drawing those who pass by into a space between past and present, fact and suggestion. Perhaps that is why it has never faded. Not because it holds a great revelation, but because it never needed one. It exists to be approached, not solved, to be considered, not concluded. And there on that English lawn, it remains a sculpture of shepherds frozen forever before a tomb. A tribute to a painting, a vision, a feeling, stone bearing no message that can be agreed upon, yet drawing minds just the same. Over time, as seasons shift and weather wears the corners, the relief softens, but the presence it holds does not weaken. It continues to ask the same wordless question, one that has no language, one that lingers long after visitors have gone. A monument not to knowledge, but to mystery itself. Far out in the vast southern Pacific, surrounded by leagues of open water, lies a remote island cloaked in myth. Known to the world as Easter Island, and to its native people as Rapa Nui, this sliver of volcanic earth has puzzled explorers, anthropologists, and historians for centuries. Most recognize it by the moai, towering stone figures with elongated faces and solemn expressions, standing like sentinels upon the windswept plains. These statues have become symbols of isolation, endurance, and forgotten knowledge. But there is something else here. Quieter, lighter, easier to overlook. Yet no. Less mysterious. It is not carved in volcanic rock, but traced in careful strokes upon wood. Not monumental in size, but delicate and intimate. This is the mystery of Rangarongo, a system of writing, or what appears to be writing found only on Rapa Nui and nowhere else on Earth. It is a mystery that speaks not in thunder, but in whispers. One that offers no clear translation, no definitive origin, and no surviving voice to explain what it once meant. The first outsiders to record its presence did so in the 19th century. It was December of 1864 when Catholic missionaries from France made note of unusual wooden objects in the possession of the islanders. These planks and tablets, some worn smooth by handling, bore curious markings. Lines of symbols marched across the surfaces, not randomly, but in ordered rows. The glyphs depicted a wide array of figures: humans, birds, crescent shapes, fish eyes, tools, and geometric forms, all arranged in tight sequences. And most striking of all was the direction in which they were written. A back and forth zigzagging pattern known as bushdraft, where one line reads left to right and the next runs right to left. At first, the missionaries thought these might be decorations or charms, but the local people referred to them as Kohau Rangarongo, literally lines of recitation or chants. The suggestion was clear. These were not mere ornaments. They held meaning, and that meaning, whatever it was, had already begun to slip away. By the time of their discovery, no one on the island could read them. The knowledge once passed from one generation to the next had been broken. The arrival of foreign sailors in the 18th century, followed by disease, enslavement, and conversion efforts, had ravaged the population and disrupted traditions. Oral memory faded. the reciters were gone. Of the more than 5,000 people living on Rapa Nui at the time of European contact in the early 1700s, only a fraction remained by the mid-19th century. Families were shattered, temples were dismantled, and the tablets, it seemed, had become relics of a lost world. Today, only 24 authentic examples of Rangarongo remain. They are housed in museums and archives scattered across the globe in Santiago, Berlin, Honolulu, and the Vatican. Most are small, some barely larger than a forearm, and made from driftwood or native timber smoothed by hand. Some bear dozens of lines of glyphs. Others are damaged or incomplete. All remain unread. The symbols are carved with a tool, perhaps a shark's tooth or a sharpened stone, incised lightly into the surface dot. Despite their age, many remain remarkably well preserved, protected by time, climate, and the reverence of those who once held them. Attempts to decipher Rangarongo began almost immediately. Linguists and cryptographers across Europe and the Americas examined the markings with great hope, believing they had stumbled upon the first indigenous script ever discovered in ocean. It seemed to defy geography. No other island in the region had developed a written language. Yet here it was, etched in wood, waiting to be unlocked. But unlocking it proved to be more complex than expected. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian ununiform, Rangarongo had no accompanying bilingual text to assist with translation. There was no Easter Island Rosetta Stone, and unlike Mayan glyphs, which were still in partial use when decipherment efforts began, Rangarongo had already become disconnected from living speech. There was no one left to remember what each mark meant. Still, some scholars persisted. They searched for repeated patterns, hoping to identify names, dates, or common phrases. They compared glyphs across tablets, attempting to classify the figures and group them by function, nouns, verbs, modifiers. Some noticed that certain symbols always appeared in pairs or clusters. Others speculated that the writing might be tied to religious rituals or genealogies. One theory proposed that Rangarongo was not a full script at all, but a mnemonic device, a system of cues used to prompt the memory of chants or prayers. This would make it more akin to musical notation than to traditional language, a guide for recitation rather than a direct transcription of speech. Another idea held that Rangarongo developed only after contact with Europeans inspired by the writing seen on ships and Bibles. But the complexity of the system and its widespread presence on older artifacts challenged that notion. The craftsmanship, the repetition of glyphs across multiple pieces, and the stylistic consistency suggested a tradition much older than a few decades. It likely originated long before the missionaries arrived, perhaps centuries before. The idea that an island so remote, isolated by thousands of miles of ocean, had independently developed a written script is both astonishing and humbling. It forces us to question how knowledge travels, how culture grows in places we do not expect, and how easily it can vanish. Some of the glyphs resemble real creatures native to the island, frigate birds, rats, turtles. Others are more abstract geometric forms that repeat with rhythmic cadence. The presence of anthropomorphic figures, some with outstretched arms, others seated in profile, suggests narrative. Yet without context, these remain impressions, not conclusions. In the 20th century, computers were introduced into the analysis. Catalogs of glyphs were created. Frequency charts, mathematical models, and symbolic mapping techniques were employed. Still, the meaning slipped through. One challenge is the size of the sample. With only 24 original texts and no known translations, it becomes difficult to determine how representative each example is. Are we seeing fragments of a larger system, or those pieces all there ever was? Some tablets repeat glyphs in tight sequences, while others shift patterns midline. Whether this reflects grammar emphasis or entirely separate uses remains uncertain. Even the direction of writing adds another layer of ambiguity. The alternating left-to-right and right-to-left format, while beautiful to observe, complicates linear reading. It forces the mind to adapt to follow a path that snakes and turns rather than march forward. And yet, despite its stubborn refusal to yield, Rangaronga remains a source of fascination. It is an echo of a time before history, a record of memory stored not in pages or voices, but in the soft grooves of wood. What stories might those lines hold? Perhaps they told of voyages, of ancestors arriving from distant Polynesian islands, navigating by stars and swell. Perhaps they preserved the wisdom of planting and harvest, of birds and tides. Perhaps they chronicled lineages, whispered prayers, or ceremonial chants once performed beneath the wide Pacific sky. Or perhaps they were something simpler. Private messages, reminders, songs known only to the hands that carved them. The truth, whatever it may be, is likely more delicate than we imagine. Rapa Nui today is a quiet place, though visited by travelers and researchers alike. Its hills roll gently toward the sea. Its stone statues gaze outward, their faces eroded by time, but their presence unbroken. Among them, the memory of Rangarongo persists, not in speech, not in teaching, but in wondering. A museum. Visitor may pass by a display case and glance at the smooth wooden plank inside. The carvings are faint, almost shy. The symbols resemble drawings from a dream, familiar, but not quite real. A bird sits above a crescent. A figure bends forward, arms raised. The surface bears grooves like tide marks left by a receding wave. It holds no explanation, only presence. And perhaps that is enough. There's a tendency to chase answers, to believe that knowledge once lost must be recovered in full. But sometimes the presence of mystery offers a deeper kind of connection. It reminds us that not all things were made for us to know that the past, like the ocean, is vast and some of its islands remain untouched. Rangarongo may never be deciphered, but it continues to speak not in words, but in the silence it invites. It draws us closer, asks for attention, rewards contemplation. It offers no solution, only the gentle insistence that something once mattered enough to be marked, carved, and passed from hand to hand. And though those hands are now gone, the marks remain. Among the forgotten manuscripts of Renaissance Europe, there exists a book that few have ever read, and even fewer claim to understand. It is called the Book of Soya, a treatise bound in Latin text filled with astrological diagrams, alchemical secrets, incantations, and 184 strange pages. Each one gridded with letters arranged in a way that seems to obey no logic. The origins of the book are unknown. Its purpose has never been made clear, and its most famous reader was a man already burdened with questions that reached far beyond his time. John Dee, born in the year 157 during the reign of Henry VIII, was no ordinary scholar. He advised Queen Elizabeth I, lectured on mathematics and navigation, and helped shape the course of English expansion through his study of geography. Yet, beyond his work in the courts and colleges, Dee also harbored an insatiable interest in the mystical. He did not draw a line between science and magic, between reason and revelation. To him, they were two parts of the same whole, a divine language, waiting to be uncovered. And it was in his relentless pursuit of hidden truths that he came into possession of the Book of Suya, a manuscript already ancient by the time it reached his hands. Where the book came from is unclear. Some believe Dee purchased it during one of his expeditions across Europe, perhaps from a private collector or a forgotten monastery library. Others speculate that it had passed from hand to hand, quietly traded. Among those drawn to esoterica and encoded wisdom, By the time it arrived in Das possession, the manuscript had already taken on a reputation as something curious, if not dangerous. Bound in Latin and organized like a scientific work, the Book of Soya begins innocently enough. It contains passages on astrology, the creation of the universe, the relationships between numbers and the stars, and instructions for summoning divine beings, particularly angels. Yet toward the end of the manuscript, the book takes an abrupt turn. Page after page becomes filled with tightly packed grids of letters, squares upon squares, each made up of 36 lines and 36 columns, filled with seemingly random arrangements of characters. These were the tables that drew Das' fascination. He believed they held hidden knowledge, perhaps the very language of angels encoded by ancient scholars to preserve secrets too powerful to write plainly. The letters themselves offered no direct translation. There were no notes in the margins, no index, no guide. And though he spent years attempting to decipher the patterns, Dean never succeeded. The book, he believed, held truths that extended beyond his understanding. So he turned to something else. In the year 1582, in the quiet of his Morte Lake home, Dee claimed to have made contact with celestial beings through a series of scrying sessions. With the help of a medium named Edward Kelly, he began receiving messages from what he called the angelic realm. These conversations were recorded meticulously in notebooks, dialogues between men and what they claimed were higher intelligences, speaking in a language they called Inkian. At one point, Dee posed a direct question to the angel Uriel. Could the Book of Sawyer be understood by any mortal man? According to his notes, the answer was chilling in its precision. Only the Archangel Michael could truly explain the book, and only he could reveal its secrets. Secrets that had been granted to Adam, the first man, and lost in the fall from paradise. Dee asked if he himself would ever be able to unlock the code. The angel replied that he would not. This pronouncement seemed to leave Dee resigned. The manuscript was eventually lost after his death in the early 17th century. For more than 300 years, the Book of Soa vanished from the scholarly world. It was not mentioned in libraries, not cited in works of philosophy or alchemy, and many assumed it had been destroyed or forgotten. Then, unexpectedly, it resurfaced. In the year 1994. A scholar named Deborah Harkness rediscovered 2 copies of the manuscript, one in the British Library and another in the Bodleian Library in Oxford. Though neither bore the name Soya on its cover, both contained the same title page as the one Dee had once possessed, along with the same arcane contents and mysterious letter grids. The text was identified by another name, Alderiah. For the first time in centuries, modern researchers had access to the full manuscript. Scholars of Latin and cryptography began studying the letter tables with the aid of computers, searching for patterns, sequences, repetitions, anything that might point towards structure or meaning. And in time, they discovered something unexpected. The arrangement of letters within each square was not entirely random. Each table, it seemed, was generated by a complex algorithm that used the letters from the first row to determine the remaining content. The process involved a form of substitution and mirroring that echoed certain mathematical operations. This revelation suggested that the author of the manuscript was not simply writing gibberish, but following a deliberate system, one that required significant computational thought for its time. But even with this breakthrough, the tables remained unreadable in a conventional sense. They formed no direct words, no decipherable sentences, and no known codes. They could be generated but not interpreted. It remains unknown whether the purpose of these tables was to encode specific messages or to serve a more symbolic function representing divine order, cosmic structure, or spiritual pathways. In Day's worldview, numbers and letters were more than tools. They were reflections of the divine mind. The act of constructing a complex system, even one beyond human comprehension, could itself be a devotional act? This raises a deeper question. Was the Book of Soya ever meant to be understood in the way we imagine? Or was its mystery the point? An invitation to contemplation, to humility, to the acknowledgement of human limits. Other parts of the book support this interpretation. The sections on planetary influences, ritual timings, and angelic invocations point to a cosmology where everything has meaning and nothing happens by chance. Time itself was sacred. The stars spoke through numbers, and books could serve as bridges between worlds. Some of the rituals described are strangely specific. One calls for the summoning of spiritual intelligences at precise hours under particular configurations of the sky. Another warns of the dangers of improper pronunciation when addressing higher beings, lest the message be corrupted. These instructions blend theology and science, offering a glimpse into the Renaissance mind, a world where divine knowledge was not separate from scholarly inquiry, but one of its highest forms. For Dee, the Book of Soya was more than a curiosity. It was a vessel of forgotten wisdom, a relic from a time before memory, perhaps even a fragment of a divine library scattered across the ages. Even today, the book defies easy classification. It is not a religious manuscript in the traditional sense. It contains elements of science, mysticism, and philosophy. It invokes names found in ancient myth and angelology. It speaks to the desire, deep and persistent, to know something more than what is seen, to connect with truths that lie just beyond reach. The manuscript offers no author's name, no date of creation, no indication of where its knowledge was drawn from. Its pages are a blend of confidence and obscurity, asserting their own importance while refusing to explain themselves. In that refusal lies their power. It is worth noting that John Dee's reputation suffered in later years. His involvement with spiritualism and alchemy made him a figure of controversy, and much of his personal library was scattered or destroyed during his absence from England. Yet even in decline, he never abandoned his belief in the unity of all knowledge. Mathematics, music, astronomy, language, they were all parts of the same divine structure. To him, the Book of Soya may have represented the edge of human understanding, a glimpse of something eternal, preserved in the fragile form of ink on parchment. Today, visitors to the Bodleian Library can request to view the book under strict supervision. Its leather binding is worn. The pages smell faintly of age and preservation. The ink has faded in places, and the letter tables are hypnotic to behold. Row upon row, grid upon grid, each filled with symbols that speak to something unspoken. No one has yet claimed to read them, and perhaps no one ever will. It begins with pages, fragile yellowed sheets of paper covered in ink. Strokes no one has ever conclusively deciphered. The words follow no recognizable pattern. The letters do not match any known alphabet. And nestled between the lines are illustrations, carefully inked scenes of people in robes, figures with swords, stars in the sky, and what appear to be religious rituals. This is the Rohan Codex, and despite centuries of study, no one truly knows what it says, who wrote it, or even why it exists. The manuscript first came to public attention in the early 19th century when it was donated to the Hungarian Academy of Sciences by Count Gustav Batthyány. He had acquired it from his ancestral library in Rohan, a town that now lies within modern-day Austria. From the moment scholars laid eyes on it, the Codex stood apart from other medieval works, roughly 448 pages long. The book is small in size, but immense in mystery. Each page contains between 9 and 14 lines of continuous text written in a flowing script that seems designed but not familiar. The characters number well over 200, far more than any standard alphabet. Most modern languages rely on fewer than 50 characters to express their full range. Yet, this script contains nearly 5 times that amount. Even more puzzling are the illustrations. Scattered across the manuscript are hundreds of small drawings, each rendered with fine detail but offering little clarity. Some depict what look like biblical scenes, baptisms, crucifixions, processions with crosses or torches. Others seem military in nature, battles between armies, sieges of fortresses, and armed men standing beneath unusual flags. The clothing styles vary, ranging from garments common in early Christian iconography to attire more associated with the Ottoman era. But if these are meant to depict real events, their context is missing. There are no dates, no familiar names, no references that anchor the text to any known geography or moment in history. For nearly 2 centuries, linguists, cryptographers, and amateur historians have attempted to crack the code. Some believe the script is a cipher, hiding a familiar language beneath an invented alphabet. Others have suggested it might be an entirely artificial language, one with its own unique grammar, vocabulary, and syntax, invented by a single author for reasons no longer known. Several early researchers proposed that the codex was written in an obscure form of Hungarian or even an archaic dialect that has since disappeared. Others posited connections to ancient Turkic languages, Latin, or even early forms of Romanian. Yet, each theory encounters the same hurdle. Nothing matches convincingly. Efforts to decode the manuscript have often been stymied by the sheer variety of symbols. Most written languages display patterns, repeating characters, predictable grammatical structures, familiar combinations that reveal meaning through frequency and usage. But the Rohang script defies these expectations. Its symbols occur in irregular ways. Some appear only once, others cluster unexpectedly. There is no consensus on where one word ends and another begins. Complicating the matter is the book's directionality. While most Western texts are written from left to right, the Rohan's Codex appears to be written from right to left. This would place it in the company of Semitic languages like Hebrew or Arabic. But again, the script itself shares no real resemblance with either. One of the earliest full attempts at decipherment came in the late 19th century when a Hungarian librarian named Frank Tolley suggested the codex might be a hoax. He argued that the complexity of the script and the vagueness of the illustrations suggested deliberate obfuscation. To him, it was a 19th century forgery crafted to confuse and mystify, perhaps as an elaborate intellectual prank. But that theory soon lost favor. Later forensic analyses of the ink and paper pointed to materials consistent with the 17th or possibly 16th century, suggesting the codex was at least several centuries older than Tolley believed. Moreover, the amount of labor involved in producing such a manuscript with its consistent handwriting and detailed images would have required tremendous effort for a mere forgery. Another popular theory emerged in the 20th century. A Hungarian engineer named Apollonari claimed the text was actually an encoded form of Hungarian masked through a complex substitution system. He believed that once the correct method was applied, the text would yield a coherent religious narrative, perhaps even a gospel written for a specific sect or community. Ner's work was detailed but unverified. His methodology, while ambitious, lacked the kind of rigorous transparency needed for peer review. Other scholars attempted to reproduce his findings, but found no consistent results. The manuscript remained, as it had always been, unread. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, renewed interest in the codex drew the attention of digital linguists and cryptographers. High-resolution scans were made. The manuscript was digitized and its character set cataloged. Even machine learning algorithms were applied, searching for patterns invisible to the human eye. what emerged was nothing definitive. The system used to write the codex did not match any known script, and even artificial intelligence failed to locate convincing parallels. The same result appeared time and again. The Rohan's Codex may be meaningful or it may be nonsense, but no one can prove either with certainty. The illustrations too invite more questions than answers. The flags depicted throughout the manuscript show a bewildering array of symbols. Some include crescent moons, others bear Christian crosses. A few seem entirely invented. These mixed motifs have led to theories that the book originated during a period of religious or political conflict, perhaps somewhere along the frontier between the Ottoman Empire and Christian Europe. That border shifted over centuries, encompassing parts of Hungary, Romania, Serbia, and beyond. But the clothing worn by the figures is inconsistent. In some images, robes appear medieval. In others, the men wear turbans or helmets that suggest Eastern influences. There are even depictions of what appear to be women in roles of authority, rare for religious texts of the era, especially those from conservative regions. The manuscript also contains what might be calendar tables, astrological charts, or diagrams meant for rituals. Yet without readable labels, even these are difficult to interpret. Are they instructions for sacred rites, chronicles of celestial events, or something entirely different? And so the theories continue. Some suggest the book may have been a devotional text created for a now vanished sect, perhaps a heretical group forced into secrecy. Others believe it could have been a private work written by a single individual for personal meditation or spiritual exploration. A few have argued it may be a kind of artistic experiment, an attempt to construct a visual and linguistic world from scratch. A proto-fantasy created centuries before modern fiction took form. One of the more imaginative hypotheses is that the codex represents glosslalia, written language generated in a trance state, similar to speaking in tongues. This theory casts the manuscript as a product of spiritual possession or divine inspiration, where meaning flowed through the writer's hand without conscious design. But even this remains speculative. Despite the many unknowns, the Rohan's Codex continues to fascinate. Its very existence raises fundamental questions about the nature of language, communication, and authorship. What happens when a text cannot be read? Does its unreadability strip it of meaning or deepen it? The Hungarian Academy of Sciences retains the manuscript to this day. Stored under careful preservation, it rests inside a climate-controlled archive, away from public view, but available to scholars upon special request. Visitors granted access describe the same experience. 448 pages of dense flowing text. Illustrations rich with motion and symbolism. A quiet weight that seems to hang over the pages, not from their physical form, but from the enigma they carry. There are no marginal notes, no ownership signatures, no prefaces, dedications, or postscript messages that might explain its journey. Just the same, page after page, offering questions without conclusions. And yet, the mystery endures not because the codex resists explanation, but because it invites so many. Each reader brings a new lens, a new hope of understanding, and in doing so, they add to the story, not of what the book means, but of what it could mean. Over time, the Rohan's Codex has become more than a manuscript. It is a mirror for speculation, a canvas for linguistic obsession, a relic that defies the very act of reading. Whether it holds forgotten truths, spiritual teachings, or nothing at all, it continues to draw people in. And perhaps that is its most powerful legacy. The lines remain written, the images remain drawn, and no voice has yet spoken the words aloud. Beneath the golden sun of Cree, a discovery once made in the early 20th century continues to hold the minds of archaeologists, linguists, and dreamers alike. It rests not among towering ruins or beneath the weight of a collapsed palace, but rather within the confines of a modest museum display, a flat disc of baked clay roughly 6 in across, patterned with spirals and stamped with symbols that no one has ever conclusively read. This is the Fistos disc, an object unlike any other found from the ancient world. It was unearthed in the summer of 198 during an excavation at the Minoan palace complex of Fistos, a site on the southern side of Crete, the archaeologist leading the dig was Luigi Pernia, an Italian scholar working under the spaces of the Italian archaeological school at Athens. As his team sifted through the remains of a subterranean chamber within the palace's ruins. They uncovered the disc, intact, unbroken, resting beside burnt debris that suggested the room had once been lost to fire. Immediately, it stood apart. The disc appeared to be made of fired clay, its surface pressed with rows of symbols arranged in a spiral pattern, starting from the edge and winding inward to the center on both sides. Each of these symbols had been individually impressed using stamps, which meant the writing was not carved or drawn, but printed, a technique that suggested a level of technological sophistication not typically associated with that age. Scholars estimated the object dated to somewhere between 1700 and 1500 years before the birth of Christ, placing it within the Middle or Late Minoan period. Yet the technology used to create it, the stamping of reusable glyphs in sequence, bore resemblance to a form of movable type which would not reappear in human history for more than 3 millennia. The disc contains 242 distinct symbol impressions divided among 61 segments separated by vertical lines. There are 45 unique symbols, each rendered with clarity. Among them are images of birds, fish, human heads, plumed helmets, flowers, and even abstract ships. Some figures appear to carry tools or weapons. Others wear flowing garments or decorative headdresses. Every mark appears intentional. There are no obvious corrections, no mismatched lines, or duplicated impressions. Whoever made it worked with precision. Yet, despite more than a century of study, no one has been able to read what it says. The Minoan civilization remains one of antiquity's great enigmas, centered on Crete and flourishing for nearly 1,000 years before its decline, around 1,200 years before the birth of Christ. The Minoans left behind stunning fresco, expansive palace complexes, and a writing system now known as linear. This script carved onto tablets and painted on vessels has yet to be fully deciphered. Scholars believe it may represent a lost language, unrelated to any other known tongue. But the Fistos disc does not use linear, its script is wholly different. The symbols are pictographic, reminiscent of hieroglyphs, but they do not match Egyptian, Hittite, or any other ancient scripts, and unlike most other inscriptions from that era, the disc appears to be a single self-contained message, perhaps a prayer, a poem, or even a decree. The unique spiral structure complicates interpretation. Unlike traditional writing systems that move horizontally or vertically in straight lines, the Fistos disc flows inward, circling ever closer to its center. Both sides of the disc follow this same arrangement, suggesting that this format was meaningful to its creator. But what that meaning may have been remains speculative. Over the years, countless attempts have been made to decipher the script. Some scholars have suggested that the symbols represent syllables pointing to potential connections with early Greek or Anatolian languages. Others have proposed that the writing is ideographic, with each symbol representing an entire word or concept. There are even theories that it might represent a liturgical chant or hymn, perhaps used in ritualistic settings. One hypothesis posits that the disc was a form of game board or educational tool, its symbols representing steps or stages in a spiritual or philosophical journey. Another theory suggests it may have been a votive object created as an offering to a deity with its message, meant not for human eyes, but for the divine. Yet none of these interpretations have achieved widespread acceptance. The challenge lies in the disk's uniqueness because it remains a singular artifact with no known duplicates, parallels, or supplementary texts. Researchers lack the comparative material that often makes decipherment possible. With no known language to compare it to, no bilingual inscriptions to guide translation, and no recurring contextual clues, the symbols remain elusive. The possibility also remains that the Fiestos disk is not a linguistic text at all. Some argue it may be symbolic or decorative, meant to convey spiritual significance through imagery rather than language. In this reading, the disk becomes a piece of sacred art, an object intended to inspire reflection, meditation, or reverence, rather than to communicate a literal message. There are those who suggest the disk may even have been a form of proto-technology. The use of performed stamps implies the existence of a set of movable glyphs, possibly kept in a larger library or toolkit. If so, the disk could be just one piece from a larger collection, perhaps a part of a system of education, storytelling, or record-keeping long since lost. And yet, despite its mystery, the disk possesses a quiet sense of completeness. Every symbol is carefully pressed. Every line is measured. The spiral flows with a deliberate as though echoing a cadence that might once have been spoken aloud. Whether it was intended as an incantation, a story, or a declaration, its structure feels purposeful. In recent years, digital analysis has been brought to bear on the disk. High-resolution scans have allowed researchers to isolate each glyph, mapping frequency, sequence, and positional relationships. Patterns have emerged. Certain symbols tend to appear at the beginning of segments. Others recur in positions that suggest grammatical structure. These observations hint at a linguistic system, but whether that system is phonetic, syllabic, or logographic remains unresolved. One curious feature is the presence of a recurring symbol resembling a plumed head, often appearing at the start of a new group. Some have speculated this may be a marker of speech or emphasis, perhaps functioning like a capital letter or a paragraph break. Others believe it could represent a deity, an invocation, or a key figure in whatever narrative the disk encodes. Another frequently appearing image is that of a walking man, sometimes holding a staff. His placement near other human-like figures has led to speculation that he may serve as a narrative guide, a priest, a messenger, or even a protagonist in an unknown tale. But the symbols remain mute. Their voices, if they ever spoke, have long since quieted. What makes the Fiestos disk so compelling is not merely its mystery, but its solitude. Unlike the Rosetta Stone, which offered the key to Egyptian hieroglyphs through its trilingual inscription, the disk has no companions. No translations accompany it. No parallel texts have surfaced. Its isolation is complete, and so it rests, unbroken, unburnt, and untranslatable, offering itself as a singular whisper from a lost civilization. Some imagine the hands that shaped it, the careful molding of clay, the pressing of stamps into a damp surface, the patient drying before the fire hardened it. Perhaps it was the work of a priest preserving a sacred verse, perhaps a scribe capturing a story for posterity. Or perhaps it was created by someone whose identity is forever erased, whose voice survives only in spirals. Whatever its purpose, the disk represents a moment of convergence, a point where art, language, ritual, and technology meet, only to drift away from understanding, leaving behind nothing but their form. To gaze upon it is to experience a profound stillness of thought, not of silence, but of suspension, of waiting, of wondering. And yet there is a comfort to be found here. Not everything must be explained. Some truths belong to the past, not because they are forgotten, but because they were never meant to be translated. They linger in form, in shape, in rhythm. The disk becomes not a puzzle to be solved, but a presence to be felt. It asks nothing, it reveals little. It simply is. And in that quiet fact, it continues to speak. In the high plains of Bolivia, where the altitude stretches beyond 12,000 feet above sea level, winds sweep over a vast open expanse. The air is thin, the light bright, and the sky an endless dome of blue. Among the grasses and soil rests a scattering of massive stone blocks, weathered, angular, and strangely elegant. These stones lie broken and displaced, yet their craftsmanship suggests anything but disorder. This is Pumapunku, part of the larger Tijuanacu archaeological complex near the southern shores of Lake Titicaca. It is a site that has puzzled researchers for generations. For here, amid the ruins of a pre-Columbian civilization, lie stones so precisely cut and fitted that they appear almost modern. Yet their origins stretch back nearly 2,000 years or more. The Tiwanaku culture, which once flourished in this region, built elaborate temples, ceremonial platforms, and intricate drainage systems. They were skilled engineers with a deep understanding of their environment and the materials it offered. But Pumapunku stands apart from other sites. Its construction defies easy explanation. Enormous blocks, some weighing more than 100 tons, are scattered across the site, carved with grooves, right angles, and complex joints so precise that modern tools would struggle to replicate them without advanced machinery. The stones themselves are not soft or easily shaped. Many are composed of red sandstone or andite, both incredibly dense and difficult to work with using simple tools. Yet the faces of these stones are flat, to a degree that suggests a method of leveling far more sophisticated than rudimentary chiseling. Perhaps the most famous feature of Pumapunku is a series of etch-shaped blocks, each identical in dimension and carved with interlocking grooves and notches. These H-blocks, once believed to have formed part of a large step structure, show symmetry and uniformity that speaks to a standard of measurement and design. Some contain holes drilled perfectly through solid stone, aligned so cleanly that a rod could pass from one end to the other without obstruction. It is this consistency and exactitude that has prompted speculation. How could a culture supposedly without access to metal tools, the wheel or draft animals, achieve such precision? Where did they learn to shape stone in such a way that even today the cuts feel impossibly clean? The site invites questions that remain unresolved. The Tiwanaku civilization reached its peak between 500 and 1,000 years after the birth of Christ. At that time, they exerted influence over much of the Andean region, cultivating terraces, building roads, and organizing communities with a level of social complexity that rivaled their contemporaries. Their capital city near modern-day Tiwanaku became a hub of commerce, religion, and astronomical observation. But the construction of Pumapunku predates even the peak of this civilization. Carbon dating of organic material found at the site suggests activity as early as 200 years before the birth of Christ. This pushes the origins of its megalithic elements into a time period even less understood. Despite centuries of study, no written records from the Tiwanaku people have ever been found. Their knowledge, their language, and their tools are largely unknown. What remains is stone, silent, durable, and enigmatic. Many of the blocks at Pumapunku appear to have been shaped through an understanding of geometry and weight distribution. Some stones were designed to fit together like puzzle pieces, not merely stacked but interlocked. This method of construction would have made the structures more resistant to seismic activity, a practical choice in an area known for earthquakes. Yet, the level of craftsmanship goes beyond utility. There is artistry in the angles, elegance, in the precision to move the stones from their quarries, some of which were located miles away, would have required immense coordination. Scholars believe that sandstone was brought from a location 10 kilometers from the site while the anderite came from. Even farther, perhaps as much as 90 kilometers away. How these blocks were transported over uneven terrain remains debated. Theories range from sledges and manpower to the use of rolling logs, though the lack of native trees in the highlands makes such explanations more complex. Adding to the mystery is the condition of the site. The stones of Pumapunku lie scattered, many cracked or displaced, as if some great force once disrupted their arrangement. Earthquakes may have played a role, as may centuries of looting and erosion. But some believe the site was never completed, that construction ceased abruptly, leaving its components half-assembled, strewn across the plateau. One of the more curious aspects of Pumapunku's design is the apparent use of modular construction. Multiple blocks share the same dimensions and detailing, suggesting a blueprint or master plan. Some researchers propose that the builders used templates to guide their work, wooden or metal forms to ensure consistency across each cut. If so, this implies not only technical knowledge, but also an organized system of planning and execution. Lack of tool marks adds another layer to the enigma. On many ancient stone sites, archaeologists can identify chisel lines or hammer dents, evidence of the method by which the stone was worked. But at Pumapunku, many surfaces are smooth with no such signs. This absence raises the question, were the tools made of a material that left no trace, or was the method of shaping entirely different from what has been assumed? Some have speculated that abrasive materials, such as sand combined with water, might have been used to grind the surfaces smoothly. Others suggest the possibility of thermal fracturing, wherein stone is heated and then rapidly cooled to encourage controlled cracking. Yet both methods would require a level of experimentation and control that speaks to an advanced understanding of materials. Among the more unusual features at the site are the dovetail joints carved into some stones, recessed grooves designed to hold fasteners or keystones. This method of joining blocks is rare in pre-Columbian architecture, further emphasizing the site's uniqueness. These joints indicate not only engineering sophistication, but also an awareness of how forces such as pressure and weight distribute over time. Despite their sophistication, the Tiwanaku left no written explanation for their methods. Oral traditions, passed down among Indian communities, speak of powerful builders, sometimes linked to gods or ancestral figures. According to one legend, the structures were created in a single night by supernatural beings. While poetic, such stories speak more wonder than the method. European explorers encountered the ruins during the colonial period, often misinterpreting what they saw. Some believe the site to be the remnants of a lost European or Asian civilization. Over time, these interpretations gave way to more grounded scholarship, though questions remain. Today, Puma attracts scientists, historians, and tourists alike. Measuring devices are deployed alongside drones, and 3D mapping tools scan every groove and notch. Yet even with this technology, the mystery remains. The site continues to defy certainty. It is important to recognize what Pumapunku represents. Not a failure of understanding, but a reminder of how knowledge can be lost. The builders of this site had techniques, tools, and ideas that were not passed down in writing, whether through conquest, disease, or abandonment. Their traditions vanished, leaving only the results behind. And so the stones sit beneath the sun and sky, waiting. To walk among them is to feel an ancient rhythm, not of speech or song, but of purpose. Each block, each notch and angle reflects intention. These were not random constructions, nor the result of trial and error. They are the echoes of minds that saw stone not as an obstacle, but as a possibility. In the grand sweep of history, the mysteries of Pumapunku remain intact. What tools were used? How were the blocks shaped, moved, and aligned? What was the structure's ultimate purpose? Was it a temple, a platform, or a gateway to something? Now lost? The answers perhaps are buried too deep to retrieve. But even without full understanding, the beauty remains. Precision without explanation. Mastery without manual. In a world so often driven by clarity, there is peace in this lack of resolution. Puma Punku does not clamor for attention. It does not proclaim its secrets. It rests in open air, surrounded by mountains and wind, speaking only through form. The stones do not shift. They do not explain. They only remain. And in that quiet persistence, there is wonder. Among the unsecured ruins of ancient Assyria, where the sands of northern Mesopotamia sweep over buried cities and half-forgotten empires, there once stood the great palace of Nimrod. Known in antiquity as Kalhu, this city was a royal stronghold during the height of the Neo-Astrian Empire, its grandeur echoing across the region from the 9th century before the birth of Christ onward. It was here, beneath layers of dust and centuries of silence, that a peculiar object emerged. One not made of stone, nor carved from clay, but cut from a single piece of clear rock crystal, oval in shape, slightly convex, and polished with a precision that seemed out of place among the broken walls and forgotten rooms. This curious artifact came to be known as the Nimrod lens. Its discovery in the year 1850 by Austin Henry Lerd, the British archaeologist who excavated much of ancient Assyria, caused only modest interest at the time. Among the massive sculptures, winged bulls, and cuneiform tablets uncovered at Nimrod, the small piece of quartz crystal may have seemed insignificant. It measured less than 4 centimeters across and bore no inscription, no obvious decoration, no name. And yet, as time passed and technology advanced, questions began to form around the Nimrod lens. What exactly was it for? Why would an ancient craftsman working more than 2½ millennia ago make such an effort to shape and polish a piece of crystal into this particular form? The most conservative interpretation is that the lens served as a simple magnifying aid, a tool that might have been used to examine fine carvings or assist scribes and artisanship labored over delicate inscriptions. The Assyrians were known for their intricate reliefs and detailed cuneiform records. It would make sense, some argue, that they may have devised ways to ease the strain on their eyes, especially for tasks requiring intense visual focus. Indeed, when held up to the light, the lens slightly enlarges the image behind it. The curvature is not entirely symmetrical, and the optical quality is far from flawless, but it does create a noticeable magnification effect. In a world without eyeglasses or reading aids, even a crude lens could have held significant practical value. Others suggest a more ceremonial or decorative function. The Nimrod lens was found among a collection of items believed to have once adorned the throne room of an Assyrian king. Perhaps it had no utilitarian purpose at all. Perhaps it was part of a piece of jewelry, an inlay in a larger ornament, or a symbol of wealth and craftsmanship. The ancient world often valued the aesthetic as much as the functional, but some theories travel further afield. In the 20th century, a few researchers proposed that the lens might have been used as a burning glass, a tool to focus sunlight and ignite fire. A convex crystal, under the right conditions, can concentrate light to a fine point capable of producing flame. Such a device would have had ceremonial or perhaps even mythic applications. A priest, for instance, might have lit sacred fires using a beam of sun channeled through crystal, invoking divine approval or cosmic symbolism. Others stretched the imagination farther still. In the early 2000s, one Italian scientist suggested that the lens may have been part of an ancient optical system, perhaps even a rudimentary telescope. He pointed to Babylonian star charts and Assyrian records describing celestial observations with remarkable accuracy. Could it be, he wondered, that ancient astronomers used tools lost to time? Could the Nimrud lens be a fragment of some early effort to reach beyond the limits of the naked eye? The notion is captivating, though it remains speculative. No other lenses of comparable age and quality have been found from the region. Nor is there any direct evidence of mounts, tubes, or supporting equipment that would turn the lens into a functioning telescope. Yet, the very existence of the artifact hints at possibilities. Assyrian culture was not static or primitive. It was dynamic, intellectually rich, and deeply attuned to the heavens. Their temples were built with astronomical alignments. Their calendars tracked lunar cycles and solar solstices. Priests acted as sky watchers, charting the movement of stars and planets, interpreting omens from eclipses, and predicting seasonal changes. They possessed an advanced understanding of mathematics and geometry. Their engineers constructed aqueducts, leveled roads, and designed temples that have stood at least in part for nearly 3,000 years. If such people had access to clear quartz and the skill to shape it, then perhaps the creation of a lens was not outside their reach. Yet, there remains a gap between possibility and proof. The shape of the Nimrud lens is not ideal for telescope use. Its curvature is uneven, and the polishing is incomplete on one side. Optical distortions appear when light passes through it from certain angles. By modern standards, it is not a precise lens. Still, its very existence suggests that someone knew how to manipulate crystal, how to grind and shape and polish it in a way that enhanced its natural properties. Whether they did so for vision, fire, or beauty, we may never fully know. What adds to the enigma is the broader context of ancient lenses around the world. Similar artifacts have turned up in scattered locations: Greece, Egypt, and even Peru, suggesting that the idea of magnification may have occurred independently across cultures. These objects, too, are few in number and poorly understood. But taken together, they hint at a deeper curiosity among ancient peoples, a desire to see more clearly, to manipulate light, to explore the properties of transparency. The Nimrud lens remains one of the oldest known pieces of shaped crystal. No inscriptions mark its use. No records explain its maker. It lies in the British Museum now, displayed quietly among other Assyrian finds. Visitors pass by, often unaware of its debated significance. To gaze upon it is to confront a small object that raises large questions. Why was it made? Who first saw the world through it, distorted and magnified? Did it belong to a king, a scribe, a craftsman, or a priest? Was it ever used to light a fire, examine a text, or study the moon? And perhaps most intriguing of all, was it unique? Was this lens one of many now lost? Or was it an experiment, a single curiosity created by chance or intuition, never replicated again? The ancient world is full of such fragments, objects that suggest stories but refuse to tell them. The city of Nimrud itself has long since crumbled. Its palaces were buried. Its walls are broken by time, conquest, and erosion. Yet even among the ruins, glimmers of innovation remain. The lens is one such glimmer, clear, compact, and quiet. His story, like so many others from the ancient past, does not reach a clear conclusion. There are no inscriptions to decode, no mechanical diagrams to study, only the crystal shaped by hands long turned to dust. Some mysteries speak loudly, demanding answers. Others whisper softly, inviting reflection. The Nimrud lens belongs to the latter kind. It does not insist. It merely rests, refracting the light that finds it. And through that lens we glimpse not just magnification, but mystery itself. Carved into the rose-hued sandstone of northwestern Arabia lies a place once forgotten by time and sand alike. Hegra, also known by its older name, Madin Salik, sits on the edge of the ancient incense route, an arid crossroads where kings once passed and caravans laden with spices, frankincense, and silk would stop for water and rest beneath the relentless desert sun. What remains today is a striking testament to both human ambition and the mystery of its sudden silence. The Nabateans, a people famed for their stone-cutting mastery and their capital at Petra, left behind at Hegra, a monumental necropolis. More than 100 elaborately hunted tombs, some rising over 20 meters tall, their facades detailed with pillars, niches, and decorative flourishes that reflect a curious blend of classical, Egyptian, and native Arabian influences. These tombs were carved directly into massive rock outcrops. Their entranceways often bear inscriptions in a now ancient dialect, declaring who commissioned them, who was to be buried within, and the date of completion, sometimes down to the day. And yet, of all these monuments, it is not only the grandeur that fascinates, but the incompleteness scattered among the finished tombs. There are several that remain visibly unfinished, abandoned partway through their creation, tools never returned, dreams left half-sculpted into the desert stone. Among them stands the most famous of all, the tomb of Lion, son of Cusa, towering above the plain at nearly 22 meters high. The tomb of Lion commands the eye. Its size alone sets it apart from the other tombs at Hegra. The lower portion, carefully chiseled and adorned with columns and a stepped crown, is a testament to the skill of Nabatean stone cutters. Yet, as the eye climbs, the detail begins to fade. The carvings become rougher, less defined, and eventually near the top, the rock face remains untouched, raw, and flat, as though the workers simply walked away one afternoon and never returned. What halted the work on this tomb, and others like it, has never been fully understood. The inscriptions offer no explanation. The tools are long gone. There are no historical records that clarify why a people known for completing such grand projects would leave some unfinished without apparent cause. Some have suggested sudden economic hardship. The Nabateans depended heavily on trade, especially the caravan routes that passed through their domain. Should one of these routes have been disrupted, or should rival cities have diverted commerce elsewhere, the resulting decline in wealth could have forced artisans to abandon their commissions midway. After all, carving such tombs took months, sometimes years. If funds dried up, progress would have halted almost immediately. Others point to shifting politics. The Roman annexation of Nabatean lands in the early 2nd century may have altered both priorities and freedoms. By the time Emperor Trajan absorbed the kingdom into the Roman Empire in the year 106, Petra had already begun to lose its influence. It is possible that local governors or Roman officials deprioritized elaborate tomb construction in favor of new systems and structures, but such explanations do not fully satisfy. The unfinished tombs appear to have stopped mid-process, not slowed down or declined over time. There is no gradual tapering off of quality. The line between carved and untouched is abrupt. This has led some to consider alternative theories. 1. Possibility lies in changing religious practices. The Nabateans were deeply spiritual, their beliefs evolving over time and often shaped by the various cultures they interacted with. If at some point a new belief system emerged, perhaps one that no longer placed value on elaborate tombs or that discouraged the carving of rock faces, construction might have halted overnight. Yet this too lacks confirmation. There is no evidence of iconoclasm, no erasure of inscriptions or defacing of symbols. The tombs were not destroyed or altered. They were merely stopped, left as they were. Another suggestion is environmental or geological. Perhaps something as simple as a natural disaster, a severe drought, a sandstorm, or even a disease interrupted life at Hegra so abruptly that there was no time to resume. The arid desert offers little in the way of preserved organic remains, so signs of famine or plague may have been swept away without a trace. A few researchers have proposed that the unfinished tombs were never truly abandoned, but paused. Perhaps they were awaiting additional funds or approval or a suitable alignment of astrological events, and then something changed. Perhaps the commissioner died unexpectedly, leaving no heir to finish the work. Perhaps the artisans moved on to other commissions, and the moment passed. Whatever the cause, the effect is striking. There is a quiet tension between the finished and unfinished. A story interrupted, a sentence never completed. One can still see the carving lines, horizontal grooves etched into the sandstone, where workers would have gradually removed layers from top to bottom. These grooves end suddenly, sometimes inches away from completion. And the mystery deepens when one considers how isolated some of these tombs are. The tomb of Leon, for example, stands nearly alone, carved into a solitary outcrop, far from the denser clusters of burial facades. Its loneliness only emphasizes the unfinished work. It is as though the sculptors reached for the heavens, then stopped mid-breath. Hegra as a site holds other puzzles. Despite its size and significance, it remains relatively understudied compared to Petra. Its rediscovery by Western explorers occurred in the 19th century. Yet for decades, the site remained off-limits due to its remote location and cultural sensitivities. Only recently have archaeologists been able to return and study the area in detail. They have found no signs of large-scale habitation near the tombs, no substantial remains of homes, markets, or forums. This has led to the hypothesis that Hegra functioned more as a ceremonial site, a necropolis rather than a city. If so, then, the tombs were commissioned not by local residents, but by elites from elsewhere, who may have viewed Hegra as a sacred burial ground. The unfinished tombs then raise further questions. Who were they meant for? Why begin such monumental projects? If the patrons were not present, were they merchants who never returned? Were they victims of political change or victims of time? Walking among the tombs today, the heat presses down upon the skin. The sandstone glows golden and orange beneath the sun's harsh gaze. Time has worn down some of the finer details, but much remains. The fluted columns, the triangular pediments, the niches where statues may once have stood. There is a quiet, almost reverent quality to the place, not mournful, but watchful. The inscriptions, when translated, often include curses against those who might disturb the dead, or promises of divine retribution should a tomb be desecrated. Yet the tombs themselves stand empty. Few, if any, bones have been recovered. It is possible that robbers emptied them long ago, or perhaps the harsh desert climate simply preserved little. The Nabateans, for all their mastery of stone, did not leave behind detailed histories. Much of what we know about them is inferred from inscriptions, Roman sources, and the monuments themselves. And Hegra, with its mix of completion and abandonment, reflects this fragmented knowledge. The tomb of Leon is perhaps the most emblematic symbol of this enigma. Grand, ambitious, and abruptly stopped, it draws the eye upward to that unfinished peak. Why leave it incomplete? Was it a matter of time, of death, of misfortune? One can imagine the workers stepping back, brushing dust from their faces, considering the next layer of stone, and then, for reasons unknown, deciding not to continue. Perhaps a message arrived. Perhaps the sun dipped low, and they never returned the next morning. Perhaps nothing happened at all. In the distance, the wind moves across the dunes, shaping the desert in ways both ancient and immediate. Centuries may pass, but the lines carved into the sandstone remain. A testament to human ambition, human mystery, and the quiet weight of Time, amid marble columns and colonnades, beneath frescoed ceilings and vaulted arches, there once rose a sound that few living ears have ever truly heard. An eerie mechanical melody drifting from an instrument powered not by breath, but by water. The ancient water organ known as the hydraulis was a marvel of classical engineering. It predates the pipe organ of cathedrals, yet it could fill vast amphitheaters with harmonies, tones, and resonant sound. But while its existence is well documented, its inner workings remain a source of both fascination and confusion. Though fragments of the hydrolysis have been found, the precise methods by which it operated and the exact purposes it served remain questions, suspended between history and speculation. The hydrolysis were first described by the Greek engineer Eusebius of Alexandria, who lived during the 3rd century before the Common Era. Eusebius was known for his experiments with air compression and pneumatics, and the hydraulis is said to have been among his most celebrated inventions. It was an instrument unlike anything before it, a series of pipes organized into rows similar to later pipe organs, but with a crucial difference. Rather than using bellows or lungs to force air through the pipes, it used water pressure. Accounts describe a system in which water and air were combined within a sealed chamber. As water flowed downward, it displaced air, forcing it into an air reservoir. This pressurized air would then be channeled through a keyboard mechanism, allowing the player to control which pipes received the airflow. The result was a remarkably stable and continuous tone, something difficult to achieve with bellows alone at the time. But while this basic concept seems clear in modern reconstructions, the details are elusive. Ancient texts provide descriptions, but they often lack diagrams or measurements. The few hydraulis remains that have survived are fragmented, worn, or incomplete. Most of our current understanding comes from a single major discovery, made in 1931 at the site of Dian near Mount Olympus, where archaeologists uncovered hydraulics dating back to the 1st century. It was preserved remarkably well, with many of its bronze pipes still intact. Even so, key pieces such as the exact components of the water-air regulation system were missing. What complicates matters further is the range of modifications the hydrolysis likely saw over time. The early Greek versions may have differed considerably from those found in Roman contexts. Some may have used simple tanks and open pressure systems, while others incorporated complex valves, floats, and graduated pipe lengths. Scholars have debated whether the water played an active role in sustaining air pressure throughout the performance, or whether it was merely a stabilizer, a passive agent in an otherwise air-driven process. What is clear is that the sound it produced was powerful. Roman accounts mention the hydraulis being used in large public venues, arenas, theaters, even gladiatorial games. The Roman Emperor Nero, known for his obsession with music and performance, is said to have owned several. Some accounts suggest that the instrument could be heard across entire amphitheaters, competing with cheering crowds and the roar of wild beasts. But what exactly was it playing? No sheet music survives from the classical era that explicitly describes hydraulics compositions. We do not know whether the instrument was used to accompany singers, to provide background ambience, or to serve ceremonial functions. It may have played structured melodies, or perhaps rhythmic fanfares suited to public spectacles. The hydraulics might have been more than an entertainment device. It could have been a symbol of status, wealth, or imperial power. The fact that such an instrument even existed during the ancient period is extraordinary. It required a deep understanding of hydraulics, pneumatics, metallurgy, and acoustics. To construct one would have demanded skilled laborers, specialized materials, and a patron willing to fund its creation. And yet, despite its complexity, it appears to have been relatively widespread. Mosaics, sculptures, and reliefs across the Roman Empire depict the hydraulis, sometimes in domestic settings, other times as part of religious or civic ceremonies. One mosaic from the city of Nanig, in what is now Germany, shows a musician seated at a hydraulics, surrounded by instruments and dancers. The pipes are clearly visible, arranged in graduated lengths, and the performer's hands are poised over what resembles a keyboard. Another depiction found on a Roman sarcophagus shows the instrument in use at a banquet, its presence suggesting not only musical but cultural sophistication. And yet, despite these depictions, the question of its actual mechanism persists. Some believe that the pressure system relied on a float valve, a wooden disc or dome that would rise and fall with the water, maintaining consistent air pressure by sealing the air chamber. Others propose that weighted pistons or inverted siphons may have been used. Still others argue that different versions may have existed simultaneously, adapted to local resources or musical tastes. Modern attempts to reconstruct the hydraulics have varied in success. Some recreations have produced sound, even impressive harmonies, but none can say with certainty that they reflect the original intent or structure of the ancient models. Too much is left to interpretation. Was the air pressure strong enough to produce a sustained tone? Were the keys sensitive, or did they require force? Could the performer modulate dynamics, or were all notes equally loud? Beyond the mechanics, the purpose of the hydrolysis remains just as opaque. It is often described as the ancestor of the church organ, yet its usage appears to have declined as Christianity rose in prominence. By the 4th and 5th centuries, the instrument began to disappear from the historical record. It is not until the Middle Ages that a comparable device reemerges, and by then the hydraulic element is gone, replaced by bellows and wind chests. Why did the hydrolysis vanish? Some have speculated that the answer lies in shifting cultural values. As the Roman Empire declined and Christian influence spread, many older forms of entertainment, especially those associated with the theater, arena, or imperial pageantry, fell out of favor. The hydra, tied as it was to spectacles and elite gatherings, may have come to symbolize decadence or paganism. Without institutional support, knowledge of its construction could have faded within a generation or two. Others suggest that practical concerns played a role. The hydrolysis were complex. It required careful calibration, regular maintenance, and a water source. In regions where fresh water was limited or where public infrastructure deteriorated, the instrument may have become too costly or cumbersome to maintain. And as music itself evolved, newer instruments easier to build and repair may have simply taken its place. Yet echoes of its legacy remain. The pipe organ, which would dominate European sacred music for centuries, shares key elements with the hydraulis. The principle of forcing air through tuned pipes, of using keys to control sound, all trace their lineage to that original water-powered device. Even the word organ may derive from the Greek organon, meaning tool or instrument, a nod to the mechanical nature of both devices. And there is another curious detail. Some later descriptions of unusual water features, musical fountains, for instance, bear similarities to the hydraulis. Gardens of the Islamic Golden Age, such as those in Al-Andalus, reportedly had fountains that played tones as water passed through concealed reeds or pipes. Could these have been inspired by older designs passed down through trade, conquest, or oral tradition? Perhaps the hydrolysis did not vanish entirely, but instead left subtle imprints on the cultures that followed. There is a strange poetry to the instrument's mystery. A device that once transformed water into music, whose very voice was powered by the lifeblood of civilizations, now lies mute across centuries. Its songs are lost, its workings debated, its beauty glimpsed only through ruins and reconstructions. Standing before a replica today, the viewer is struck by its size, some versions reaching several meters in height, and its elegance. The pipes gleam with bronze or brass arranged like an ancient choir. The keys are often fashioned from polished wood, or ivory. And yet, when the instrument is played, the sound that emerges is unlike the modern organ. It is breathy, haunting, metallic, something closer to an echo from an unfamiliar age. Was that how it once sounded in the marble halls of Alexandria? Did Roman citizens cheer as the hydrangeas blared during games at the Colosseum? Or did it weep? In quieter corners, playing melodies now forgotten? No single answer emerges. Like so many innovations from antiquity, the hydrolysis stands at the intersection of invention and enigma. A reminder of what once was and what may never be fully known. Across the windswept reaches of the Central Sahara lies a plateau so vast, so desolate, and so geologically strange that it once seemed all but forgotten by time. This place known as Tachili Nair stretches across southeastern Algeria. Its sandstone cliffs and valleys are carved by millennia of erosion. Its surface is scorched by sun and silence. But hidden along the weathered walls of this plateau is a gallery unlike any other. A collection of prehistoric rock art so curious, so intricate, and so alien in form that its meaning has eluded clear understanding since its discovery. Tachili, Niger's rock art, spans thousands of years and encompasses more than 15,000 individual images. Some are faded, barely visible. Others remain bold in ochre, white, and red. These are not simple stick figures or crude animal shapes, but detailed compositions showing humans, animals, and strange otherworldly beings. Some paintings tower several meters in height. Others are tucked away in caves, visible only when one ventures far from beaten paths. They tell stories of life, ritual, change, but in the language no one can entirely read. The first serious documentation of the site came in the 20th century, though it is believed that Tuareg nomads knew of the art for centuries prior. In the 1930s, French officer Charles Bernard described the paintings to scholars in Europe. But it was not until 1956 that a team led by French explorer Henri L. brought global attention to the site. Lay, along with local guides and assistants, spent months cataloging the art. He returned with tracings, photographs, and hypotheses that would ignite debates, lasting decades. Among the most striking images found on the rocks are figures with bulbous heads, large round eyes, and what appear to be helmets or masks. Some are depicted floating, others surrounded by smaller humanoid shapes. There are scenes of dance and movement, figures with arms raised as if engaging in ritual. There are animals too. Giraffes, elephants, cattle, species that no longer roam. This desert region, suggesting a very different climate at the time the paintings were made. Estimates place the creation of the art between 6,000 and 12,000 years ago, in a period when the Sahara was a much greener place, dotted with lakes, rivers, and vegetation. It was not always a barren stretch of dunes. The people who lived in Tachili Niger would have had access to water, game, and materials. Their lifestyle was one of movement, of observation, and clearly of expression. Scholars have divided the rock art into stylistic phases. The oldest is often referred to as the Round Head period, dating to around 10,000 years ago. Figures from this time are characterized by round, featureless heads and elongated limbs. The proportions are strange. There is little sense of perspective. Some figures appear weightless, their feet not touching the ground. Others seem to float alongside geometric patterns and shapes with no obvious symbolism. Later periods show a shift toward more recognizable scenes: hunters with bows, herders with cattle, families, and gatherings. The pastoral period, as it's called, reflects a time when domesticated animals had become central to life. The details in clothing, ornamentation, and tools increase, and some scenes even show dwellings and ceremonies. But it is the round head figures that have drawn the most fascination. What were these people trying to depict? Some interpretations suggest that the figures are wearing ceremonial attire, masks, headdresses, or costumes used in dances and spiritual rituals. The round heads could represent trance states, otherworldly communication, or even symbolic anonymity. The floating postures might evoke altered consciousness, dreams, or symbolic travel between worlds. In many indigenous cultures across the world, ceremonial art often leans into abstraction and metaphor, depicting not what is seen, but what is felt or believed. Other theories lean toward contact with the unknown. Lo himself famously nicknamed one of the largest figures the Great Martian God. Towering nearly 3 meters in height, the figure is humanoid, but with exaggerated limbs and a round domed head. Around it are smaller figures seemingly in motion, some reaching toward it, others recoiling. The image painted high on a cliff face is difficult to reach and even harder to interpret. Some have posited that the beings depicted are not of this earth, but the paintings may reflect ancient contact with extraterrestrial visitors. The notion has been popularized by authors of speculative history who argue that the Sahara's ancient inhabitants may have witnessed or imagined technologies beyond their time. The helmets, the suits, the floating bodies. They draw comparisons to modern astronauts or beings from another world. But such interpretations are controversial. Mainstream archaeology tends to view the extraterrestrial hypothesis as an attempt to sidestep the sophistication of ancient cultures. To attribute their creativity to outside forces, critics argue, diminishes their agency and intelligence. Instead, the consensus holds that the paintings likely represent internal visions, spiritual, ceremonial, or medicinal in nature. Indeed, the idea of visionary art is supported by ethnographic parallels. Across continents, cultures have used trance-inducing substances in rituals, resulting in vivid visual experiences. In such states, individuals often report sensations of floating, seeing beings of light, or entering alternate realms. The San people of southern Africa, whose cave paintings also date back thousands of years, depict similar themes. Dancers in motion, spirit creatures, geometric symbols. Could the round-head figures of Tivoli Manger be evidence of a similar shamanic tradition? The placement of many paintings in hard-to-reach locations suggests that they were meant for specific audiences, perhaps only initiates or spiritual leaders. The figures often appear alone or in pairs, not as parts of large communal scenes. This has led some researchers to believe they reflect personal experiences, visions, dreams, or symbolic journeys. There is also the question of time. The sheer span of years over which the art was created complicates efforts to assign a single meaning. What one generation painted may have been reinterpreted by the next. Some figures may be centuries apart in origin, even though they appear side by side. The absence of written records means the meaning can only be inferred from context, from style, and from comparison. It is like trying to read a novel with most of its pages missing, the remaining ones written in an unfamiliar hand. The environmental context adds another layer of intrigue. How did this area, now one of the driest and most inhospitable on Earth, once support life in such abundance? Geological evidence shows that the Sahara underwent periodic shifts, oscillating between wet and dry phases driven by changes in Earth's orbit and axial tilt. During the African humid period, which lasted roughly from 10,000 to 5,000 years ago, rainfall was more abundant and large lakes dotted the landscape. When the climate began to change, it did so gradually but inexorably. Water sources dried up, vegetation receded, animals moved on, people adapted, migrated, or vanished. And yet, the paintings remained, a record of what once was, slowly swallowed by sand and time. The fact that so many of them survived, given their exposure to the elements, is a testament to the care with which they were created. Even today, access to Tassili Niger is limited. The region's remoteness, combined with political instability and conservation concerns, means that much of the art remains undocumented. New discoveries are rare, and the preservation of what has already been found is a growing concern. Wind erosion, temperature fluctuations, and even human interference threaten the fragile pigments that have lasted for millennia. To stand before these ancient paintings is to experience a profound dislocation in time. One is not merely looking at art, but at communication from a people long gone. The brushstrokes may be faded, but the intent lingers, mysterious, evocative. Unresolved. What were they saying? To whom were they speaking? Perhaps they were leaving messages for ancestors or warnings for future generations. Perhaps they were charting inner landscapes, visions seen in ritual and dream, or perhaps they simply painted to express what could not be said aloud. The strange shifting boundaries between the real and the imagined. The Tsili Naya rock art does not provide clear answers. It offers glimpses, impressions, and questions that echo across centuries. Its figures stare back from stone with blank expressions and unknowable thoughts. And as researchers continue to study, to trace, to translate, the mystery only deepens. What is left is awe, or at the endurance of human creativity, or at the power of image across time, and/or at the realization that even in the harshest landscapes, the need to express, to imagine, to wonder has always been there. In the rolling hills of southern Denmark, near a quiet village called Eggtid, lies a grave that has stirred fascination for nearly a century. It is not a grand tomb, nor an ornate temple. It is a simple oak coffin buried beneath a mound of earth dating back to the Nordic Bronze Age, somewhere around 1370 to 1350 before the Common Era. Yet what this unassuming burial site revealed is anything but ordinary. Inside was the remarkably preserved body of a teenage girl wrapped in wool and mystery. She came to be known simply as the Egg Girl. Her remains were first discovered in the year 1921, when a local farmer decided to level a burial mound on his land. As he dug, his tools struck something hard, wood, curved, and aged. Inside the hollow trunk of an oak tree was the young girl's body, lying atop a cowhide, surrounded by artifacts of a time long past. Bronze jewelry, a bucket of beer-like liquid, and carefully woven garments. The coffin had been sealed tightly and buried in acidic soil, creating the perfect conditions for preservation. Her hair, her teeth, and even her fingernails remained intact. She had been dead for over 3,000 years, and yet she looked as if she had only recently lain down. She was around 16 to 18 years old at the time of her death. Her blonde hair had been neatly styled, and she wore a short woolen skirt, braided belt, and a blouse fastened with a bronze pin. Around her arms were spiraled bronze bangles, and she wore a large circular brooch on her chest. By her side, in a small wooden box, were remnants of flowers likely placed there as part of a farewell ritual. Her pose was peaceful. Her legs were curled slightly, as if she had simply fallen asleep beneath the earth. But who was she? Why had she been buried with such care? And where had she come from? For decades, those questions went unanswered. Archaeologists have studied her clothing and compared it with other Bronze Age finds. The spiral pattern of her belt and the style of her skirt suggested a local origin common to the Jutland Peninsula. Her burial goods were typical for an individual of high status, a person whose life held meaning, perhaps even ceremony. But in the early 2000s, advances in science would transform the investigation. Using a combination of isotope analysis and strontium testing, methods that measure the geographical signatures in teeth, bones, and hair, researchers could begin to trace where she had lived throughout her short life. And what they found was surprising. Her teeth showed she had not grown near an egg. The strontium levels did not match the geology of the local soil. Instead, they pointed to a region hundreds of kilos to the south, possibly the Black Forest area of what is now southwestern Germany. Her hair, which had grown over the last several months of her life, recorded movement across different terrains. She seemed to have traveled between distant places multiple times in the final 2 years before her death. This was not a girl who stayed rooted to one place. She had journeyed across vast distances by foot, by boat, through forests and river valleys, and she had done so not once, but repeatedly. The patterns suggested purposeful movement, something more than mere wandering. Perhaps she was part of an important exchange, a diplomat's daughter, a ritual participant, a figure chosen for something sacred. Further analysis of the cloth she wore and the bucket placed near her feet deepened the puzzle. The textile was of unusually high quality, dyed and woven with skill. The bucket held traces of fermented honey and berries, something akin to midate. It was not a common drink for everyday life, but a celebratory one shared during festivals or ceremonies. Someone had taken time to prepare this burial. Someone had honored her departure, yet the mystery remains. There were no signs of trauma on her body, no broken bones, no visible wounds. She had not died in violence, but there was also no indication of illness. Her teeth were in excellent condition, her bones healthy. She was young, strong, and well-fed. One day, she simply stopped living. What took her remains unknown. Some have proposed ritual sacrifice. In ancient societies, it was not uncommon for high-status individuals to be offered to the gods in carefully orchestrated rites. Others suggest she may have died of sudden illness, her death commemorated with an elaborate burial to reflect her importance. But these are theories, guesses built on fragments of evidence. The egged girl's life seems to hover at the edge of meaning, tantalizing yet unreachable. She may have been a bridge between tribes, a human token of alliance. The Bronze Age was a time of dynamic trade routes and shifting alliances across Europe. Amber from the Baltic coast, tin from Cornwall, gold from the Iberian Peninsula. All of it moved through networks that are only now being reconstructed. Perhaps she traveled those routes. Perhaps she was part of them. What is known is that she mattered. She was not buried in haste or forgotten in a common pit. She was laid to rest with grace in a tree carved for her alone. Her passage is marked by objects of care. The mound above her was built to last, and for over 3,000 years it did. The burial mound itself was part of a landscape once filled with such markers. In the Bronze Age, these rounded earthen structures dotted the hills of Denmark, often clustered along ridgelines or near rivers. They served not only as graves, but as territorial signposts, symbols of memory and belonging. To bury someone under a mound was to declare their value. To carve their coffin from a single tree was to offer them a resting place of strength and rootedness. And yet, even that tree no longer speaks of its origins. Dendrochronology, the science of dating tree rings, could determine the season the oak was felled. It was summer. The grass had grown, the flowers were in bloom, and sometime after the tree fell, the girl was buried within it. There was one more curious element found in her grave. At her feet lay the cremated remains of a small child around 5 or 6 years old. The child had been burned, the ashes placed in a bundle of cloth positioned near the girl as if accompanying her. The relationship between the two is unknown. No signs indicated that the child and girl were siblings. The child may have died earlier and been buried later, or the two may have passed around the same time. This pairing only deepens the enigma. Was the child a servant sacrificed to follow the girl? Was it a sibling or perhaps a symbolic figure? The ashes yielded few clues, and DNA was too degraded to offer answers. In the years since her discovery, The Egg girl has become more than a scientific curiosity. She has become a symbol of the unknowable past, of the lives that flicker briefly across the human timeline and disappear, leaving only traces. Artists have reimagined her features. Museums have reconstructed her garments. Students in Denmark learn her story as part of their history, and yet no one can tell you her name. The idea that she traveled so far and yet ended her life so young lingers with a quiet ache. What might she have thought as she moved from place to place? Was she welcomed wherever she went? Was she ever homesick for the place where her teeth were formed, the land where she first stepped into sunlight as a child? Did she understand why she was being asked to leave it behind? There are no written records from Bronze Age Denmark, no diaries or letters to reveal a teenager's inner life. What remains is bone, cloth, and soil, materials that speak in data, not in emotion. But the questions are human, and the story, incomplete as it is, still draws people in. Sometimes mystery lies not in what is hidden, but in what is missing. The Egg girl left behind everything, her presence, her possessions, her placement. But she left no voice. That absence becomes its own kind of presence, one that invites wonder, not closure. She remains where she was found in Denmark's National Museum. Her burial was recreated beneath soft light and glass. Visitors peer down into the replica coffin. They study the skirt, the belt, the carefully coiled hair, and for a moment they imagine what she might have seen, what she might have felt. A girl of the Bronze Age, cradled in an oak trunk, sailing across time. There is a kind of quiet at that moment. Not the hush of silence, but the quiet of reverence, of standing close to something that no longer speaks, yet still says something all the same. Tucked away in the gentle countryside of Romania, in a quiet corner once known as Transylvania, lies the small village of Tert. It was here, during a routine archaeological dig in the year 1961, that something extraordinary emerged from the soil. Beneath layers of earth surrounded by fragments of pottery and the remains of ancient hearths, 3 small clay tablets were uncovered. They were unassuming, flat, palm-sized pieces of hardened earth. But what they bore upon their surfaces would spark decades of scholarly debate and whisper new possibilities about the dawn of human writing. The objects became known as the Tartaria tablets. 2 of the tablets were rectangular, and the third was more circular in shape. Each was engraved with a collection of symbols, carefully etched lines and pictograms. Some resembled trees, others abstract shapes. Some were enclosed in boxes, others stood alone. There were signs that looked like crosses, chevrons, ladders. And Ark's thought most curious of all was the suggestion of structure, an order that hinted at meaning. These were not random scratches, nor the idle markings of an ancient pastime. They had been composed with intent, and that intent has remained a mystery ever since. What makes the Tartaria tablets so puzzling is their present. Were they merchants who never returned? Were they victims of political change or victims of time? Walking among the tombs today, the heat presses down upon the skin. The sandstone glows golden and orange beneath the sun's harsh gaze. Time has worn down some of the finer details, but much remains. The fluted columns, the triangular pediments, the niches where statues may once have stood. There is a quiet, almost reverent quality to the place, not mournful, but watchful. The inscriptions, when translated, often include curses against those who might disturb the dead, or promises of divine retribution should a tomb be desecrated. Yet the tombs themselves stand empty. Few, if any, bones have been recovered. It is possible that robbers emptied them long ago, or perhaps the harsh desert climate simply preserved little. The Nabateans, for all their mastery of stone, did not leave behind detailed histories. Much of what we know about them is inferred from inscriptions, Roman sources, and the monuments themselves. And Hegra, with its mix of completion and abandonment, reflects this fragmented knowledge. The tomb of Leon is perhaps the most emblematic symbol of this enigma. Grand, ambitious, and abruptly stopped, it draws the eye upward to that unfinished peak. Why leave it incomplete? Was it a matter of time, of death, of misfortune? One can imagine the workers stepping back, brushing dust from their faces, considering the next layer of stone, and then, for reasons unknown, deciding not to continue. Perhaps a message arrived. Perhaps the sun dipped low, and they never returned the next morning. Perhaps nothing happened at all. In the distance, the wind moves across the dunes, shaping the desert in ways both ancient and immediate. Centuries may pass, but the lines carved into the sandstone remain. A testament to human ambition, human mystery, and the quiet weight of time. Amid marble columns and colonnades, beneath frescoed ceilings and vaulted arches, there once rose a sound that few living ears have ever truly heard. An eerie mechanical melody drifting from an instrument powered not by breath, but by water. The ancient water organ known as the hydraulis was a marvel of classical engineering. It predates the pipe organ of cathedrals, yet it could fill vast amphitheaters with harmonies, tones, and resonant sound. But while its existence is well documented, its inner workings remain a source of both fascination and confusion. Though fragments of the hydrolysis have been found, the precise methods by which it operated and the exact purposes it served remain questions, suspended between history and speculation. The hydrolysis were first described by the Greek engineer Eusebius of Alexandria, who lived during the 3rd century before the Common Era. Eusebius was known for his experiments with air compression and pneumatics, and the hydraulis is said to have been among his most celebrated inventions. It was an instrument unlike anything before it, a series of pipes organized into rows similar to later pipe organs, but with a crucial difference. Rather than using bellows or lungs to force air through the pipes, it used water pressure. Accounts describe a system in which water and air were combined within a sealed chamber. As water flowed downward, it displaced air, forcing it into an air reservoir. This pressurized air would then be channeled through a keyboard mechanism, allowing the player to control which pipes received the airflow. The result was a remarkably stable and continuous tone, something difficult to achieve with bellows alone at the time. But while this basic concept seems clear in modern reconstructions, the details are elusive. Ancient texts provide descriptions, but they often lack diagrams or measurements. The few hydraulis remains that have survived are fragmented, worn, or incomplete. Most of our current understanding comes from a single major discovery, made in 1931 at the site of Dian near Mount Olympus, where archaeologists uncovered hydraulics dating back to the 1st century. It was preserved remarkably well, with many of its bronze pipes still intact. Even so, key pieces such as the exact components of the water-air regulation system were missing. What complicates matters further is the range of modifications the hydrolysis likely saw over time. The early Greek versions may have differed considerably from those found in Roman contexts. Some may have used simple tanks and open pressure systems, while others incorporated complex valves, floats, and graduated pipe lengths. Scholars have debated whether the water played an active role in sustaining air pressure throughout the performance, or whether it was merely a stabilizer, a passive agent in an otherwise air-driven process. What is clear is that the sound it produced was powerful. Roman accounts mention the hydraulis being used in large public venues, arenas, theaters, even gladiatorial games. The Roman Emperor Nero, known for his obsession with music and performance, is said to have owned several. Some accounts suggest that the instrument could be heard across entire amphitheaters, competing with cheering crowds and the roar of wild beasts. But what exactly was it playing? No sheet music survives from the classical era that explicitly describes hydraulics compositions. We do not know whether the instrument was used to accompany singers, to provide background ambience, or to serve ceremonial functions. It may have played structured melodies, or perhaps rhythmic fanfares suited to public spectacles. The hydraulics might have been more than an entertainment device. It could have been a symbol of status, wealth, or imperial power. The fact that such an instrument even existed during the ancient period is extraordinary. It required a deep understanding of hydraulics, pneumatics, metallurgy, and acoustics. To construct one would have demanded skilled laborers, specialized materials, and a patron willing to fund its creation. And yet, despite its complexity, it appears to have been relatively widespread. Mosaics, sculptures, and reliefs across the Roman Empire depict the hydraulis, sometimes in domestic settings, other times as part of religious or civic ceremonies. One mosaic from the city of Nanig, in what is now Germany, shows a musician seated at a hydraulics, surrounded by instruments and dancers. The pipes are clearly visible, arranged in graduated lengths, and the performer's hands are poised over what resembles a keyboard. Another depiction found on a Roman sarcophagus shows the instrument in use at a banquet, its presence suggesting not only musical but cultural sophistication. And yet, despite these depictions, the question of its actual mechanism persists. Some believe that the pressure system relied on a float valve, a wooden disc or dome that would rise and fall with the water, maintaining consistent air pressure by sealing the air chamber. Others propose that weighted pistons or inverted siphons may have been used. Still others argue that different versions may have existed simultaneously, adapted to local resources or musical tastes. Modern attempts to reconstruct the hydraulics have varied in success. Some recreations have produced sound, even impressive harmonies, but none can say with certainty that they reflect the original intent or structure of the ancient models. Too much is left to interpretation. Was the air pressure strong enough to produce a sustained tone? Were the keys sensitive, or did they require force? Could the performer modulate dynamics, or were all notes equally loud? Beyond the mechanics, the purpose of the hydrolysis remains just as opaque. It is often described as the ancestor of the church organ, yet its usage appears to have declined as Christianity rose in prominence. By the 4th and 5th centuries, the instrument began to disappear from the historical record. It is not until the Middle Ages that a comparable device reemerges, and by then the hydraulic element is gone, replaced by bellows and wind chests. Why did the hydrolysis vanish? Some have speculated that the answer lies in shifting cultural values. As the Roman Empire declined and Christian influence spread, many older forms of entertainment, especially those associated with the theater, arena, or imperial pageantry, fell out of favor. The hydra, tied as it was to spectacles and elite gatherings, may have come to symbolize decadence or paganism. Without institutional support, knowledge of its construction could have faded within a generation or two. Others suggest that practical concerns played a role. The hydrolysis were complex. It required careful calibration, regular maintenance, and a water source. In regions where fresh water was limited or where public infrastructure deteriorated, the instrument may have become too costly or cumbersome to maintain. And as music itself evolved, newer instruments easier to build and repair may have simply taken its place. Yet echoes of its legacy remain. The pipe organ, which would dominate European sacred music for centuries, shares key elements with the hydraulis. The principle of forcing air through tuned pipes, of using keys to control sound, all trace their lineage to that original water-powered device. Even the word organ may derive from the Greek organon, meaning tool or instrument, a nod to the mechanical nature of both devices. And there is another curious detail. Some later descriptions of unusual water features, musical Fountains, for instance, bear similarities to the hydraulis. Gardens of the Islamic Golden Age, such as those in Al-Andalus, reportedly had fountains that played tones as water passed through concealed reeds or pipes. Could these have been inspired by older designs passed down through trade, conquest, or oral tradition? Perhaps the hydrolysis did not vanish entirely, but instead left subtle imprints on the cultures that followed. There is a strange poetry to the instrument's mystery.